Hello, everybody. Are we live? Been some time. Are we live? Been some time. Ooh, we're live. How's it going? Everybody, welcome to the stream. Let's make our official announcements right away and get right into things. We are going to be doing more compiler work today, as you already know by the title, I'm sure. Or the announcement. Also reminds me, my phone's not on silent. How great is that? Perfect. I wish there was a way to manage like notification modes on your phone. So you could have some apps allowed and some apps not. In any case, RPWH, yeehaw! How's it going, RPWH? What's up? How's it going? Thank you for tuning in. We are doing more compiler work. We're finally on part 30. I feel like this is somewhat of an achievement, even though it really isn't. That's right. So, the original to-do looks like this, and it's kind of unwieldy. There's too much here, and I get overwhelmed every time I look at it, and it's like, I tried to separate things by like things I should do first and miscellaneous things, and it kind of got out of hand. So this is all stuff we are eventually, hopefully, going to do. Eventually, hopefully. That's always a good sign. And we'll come back to this file. But for now, we're going to work on these two things. And these two things are calling external functions. So being able to interact with the C library is number one. And then errors that don't suck. That's also important. So yeah, let's think about it. Sir Aid says, "Yep, how's it going, Sir Aid? What's up? How's it going? It's so good to see you. Thank you for tuning in." But yeah, so we're gonna work on these two things because I feel like these are the two most important things to work on next. In any case, we have some stuff to do first. Vimi says, "I smell C code." And you were correct. It was C code giving off that scent. It's so good to see you, Vimi. Flexing with the premium emotes as usual. That's beautiful. The rainbow dancing frog. That's incredible. Before we start writing any code, there's been code written that we need to merge by some of our lovely, lovely viewers. And so let's take a look. As you can see, there have now been 3 total contributors, me, Sir Aid, and Arnau. Sir Aid is in the chat right now, I believe. What's up, Sir Aid? Shouts outs to yous. And there's been 2 more pull requests since then. One of them I don't think I want to look at because it makes a test framework, but we're gonna make our own test framework in Algol 68. And that one may be in Algol 68, and I don't want to spoil Algol 68 because I want to learn it on stream. So for now, I'm not going to look at that one, but this one, it looks beautiful. And it's an entire overhaul of code gen, which I very much appreciate. And much appreciated, you know what I mean? Negvorsa says, "Hi everyone, how's it going, Negvorsa? What's up? Thank you for tuning in." We have a pull request to merge first, made by Sir Aid, that we are checking out. So, as you can see, we have removed all the register stuff from codegen.c, or at least most of it, and it now works in a much different way. So I believe this is best described by his comments. "It's a major refactor to how registers are stored in code generation. Specifically, this is intended to simplify allocation, deallocation of, and comparisons between registers," which is really nice. First time chat from a viewer, Azur1S. How's it going with the two-handed wave? Ooh yeah. Is that a new chat? I feel like I've talked to Azur1S before. But how's it going, Azur1S? It's great to see you. Thank you for tuning in. we're checking out this PR. So we have an enum, which defines enumerators. I'm not sure why mswin would be included in registers, to be honest. It's a little confusing, but I think for the sake of simplicity, it may be worth considering using less verbose names than that. Well, yeah, ideally, x86-64 would have its own registers, and those aren't really tied to any platform or OS. Sir8 says that is probably true, yeah. But that's okay, I think you knew that. You mentioned it here in the next paragraph, so it's something that we can change rather easily with a search and replace. Only the registers that were already defined using register add and friends have received corresponding enumerators. I see. So yeah, we should probably just do all the registers for x86-64. Other registers do not have corresponding enumerators. Due to the fact that registers are used throughout the entire code generator, the first commit ended up being rather extensive. That makes sense. Sir8 says the calling conventions may be different, but the registers are still the same, yeah. Yeah, so we're going to use the same register pool, no matter what calling convention we use. And I think the idea I'm having, rather than having separate CodeGen backends for like Linux and Microsoft, I think I'm just going to have a calling convention flag or something that we just deal with external calls in that way. That way we don't have to worry about like things like that. You know what I mean? Like duplicating all the code gen. Every time you make it, you have to duplicate it in 4 places, or we have to have like a library that doesn't actually map to any backend, which I don't feel like works well. So I feel like we should just have the x86-64 backend that supports multiple platforms within it, which is confusing. Vimi says BSD feels left out. Listen, if anybody knows how to make something cross-platform to BSD, let's do it. I don't think it'll be that different. It's just because we're going to use the C library. We're not going to use like system interrupts. We're going to try and stay fairly high level in this language. So the idea is that every OS has a C library. And if it doesn't, is it really an OS? You know what I mean? What can you write on it? Effectively, I'm just going over these changes in my head. They all look really solid. So we effectively use register descriptors. I think, let's take a look at the bare code now that we have in mind what it does. So we have the new enumerator, which is explicitly enumerated. That's kind of odd. I'm not sure if that's needed. I think we can just do implicit enumeration, because the idea of an enumerator is it always goes up. But I like it. Vimi says, to do, create an OS without C library. Vimi heard me and is like, is that a challenge? Lamau. Yes, it is a challenge. Do it. Do it. But this is just a syntax thing. It's something that all we have to do is remove these, right? It's totally fine. This is kind of the point of enumerators, so I don't know why I added the equals 0, etc. Lamau. It's all good. It's all good. Nobody's expected to be perfect 100% of the time. But you did the work, and that's the important part. I didn't do this work. I didn't go through and change the register system, right? You did. And I thank you for that. So init register. Ooh. Okay. Your your C++ is showing. Ooh. So you use an initializer list casted to a register and place that as a value in register's descriptor. Registers. See, this macro is only able to be used within this. I don't think that's, I mean, if that's the way it's designed, that's okay, but it requires that this is called registers. Like if we went through and changed this to R, everything would break. Even though we changed the variable here and the variable here, it wouldn't really be clear, like, why is this not working, right? That's a struct literal. That's been in C since like forever. I've literally never seen it. I've seen this in C++. I've never seen it in C. It's interesting. I've not done struct literals. I didn't think you could do struct literals. Vimi says, Sir Aid, you felt like doing it, bruh. Vimy got it. Yeah, you just felt like adding it and you did it. That's the only reason. It's not good or bad. Serade says, I mean, it's only supposed to be used in that function, and it's undeft right after. Right, but even within this function, it just makes it confusing. Like, it's not clear that registers is being used by the macro. Because you could go through and change registers if we ever, like, want to allocate it somewhere else and pass it as a variable, and then we call the variable R to save from typing registers everywhere we pass it and do everything. So then it's like, oh, now we have R, and it's not clear with this that it uses the name. So I don't see why we wouldn't just use macro expansion to save ourselves a little headache in the future there. Vimy says code review burn. Ooh, it's not a burn, it's just a review. I'm just saying we don't want to be confused in the future. If a macro uses a variable, it should probably be passed as an argument. I kind of treat it a function like macro invocation or definition as a function, since it is function-like. So I try and make like accessing outer scope bad juju. We have another struct literal, another thing I've never seen before. This is beautiful. I like that I'm learning new stuff. So we make a register pool. What is that? Register pool. So that's just a register array, it appears, and a number of registers. Nice. So that's effectively everything we need to access all the registers and check that our descriptors... Well, we can't check our descriptors by the number, unless we make all our descriptors enumerated from 0. So yeah, if we do no assignment in the enumerator, then we can use num registers like this. And I'm presuming that's how it's used. There's probably somewhere where we check validity of a register descriptor. I just saw it. Yeah, so we iterate over all the registers using numregs. That's what the enum is for. The descriptors start at 0. Well, they do, because you said that. But implicitly, this would work. But using an enum as a index into an array means that you can't do any assignments within it. Otherwise, there will be gaps in your array, and your number of items will change. If that makes sense. So yeah, like we talked about earlier, if we remove the assignment, everything will be hunky-dory. And we'll just make a comment about that says all register enumerators must be in order and must be from have no gaps. Hey, Eternal Wild Fox, good evening. How are you doing? I'm doing good. We're doing some code review to start off the stream because we have a pull request, and then we're going to work on some stuff in the compiler. How are you doing, Eternal Wild Fox? I feel like it's been a lifetime. You've done so much. So effectively, where were we? We were up here, and we to-do free environment. That's definitely a to-do. That's a large to-do across the whole code base. Free environment. Environments are just ignored for now. Don't worry about it. Well, they have to stick around to the end of the program, so it's arguable whether we should free them or not. Serade says, yeah, the equals 0, etc. are definitely unnecessary. Exactly, it's okay. I bet you 80% of the code I wrote on this stream is unnecessary. Eternal Wild Fox says, I am doing good. Mine SQL engine works great. Oh, Vimy says, add Eternal Wild Fox, big boss on stream. Oh, with another custom emote. Just hitting us, slapping us over and over with these beautiful custom emotes. It's like a huge custom emote hanging between his legs, and he's just slapping us with it. I like the undef, though, to make sure that it's only used within this function. That's really beautiful, and I don't do that often enough. I just define macros at the global scope and yeet! Screw it. So free a context created by CodeGen. Yeah, we just free the register. So in the top level context, nice comment. That's a beautiful comment. In the top level context, because that was what I just wondered, why is this if here? Then we free the registers because this pointer is probably going to be copied, shallow copied into all the children when we create a new one. Yeah, so we have .reg equals registers, if not parent. Else, we just say, yeah, use that same register pool. That's beautiful. Nice job, Serade, by the way. That's a really beautiful API where it just handles it internally in this cool way. The register pool is shallow copied. Yeah, that's beautiful. That's very Lisp-like of you, and I like it. Eternal Wild Fox says, well, I still have to write the update statement. Now I am learning 3D programming with DirectX 11. Oh no. But the book source code is not really meant for 2022, trying to solve it. Yeah, DirectX 11 changes so often. Eternal Wild Fox says, if I can. OpenGL is much easier. At Eternal Wild Fox, just use Vim. Yeah, just write with characters. Like, people made Tetris, right? Can I show this on stream without getting sued? Oh god, wait, no. People made Tetris in Emacs, so... You know. You can definitely do graphics, 2D graphics. You could probably do 3D graphics in Emacs if you really wanted, using ASCII art as brightness values and depth values. I really like that the shallow copying. It's just, it's nice. So print registers, go through all the number of registers, is valid. Okay, so yeah, here's another descriptor check, which means that the descriptor must have no gaps. Sir Aid says Emacs best game engine. Yes. Ooh, we should have a game jam where you have to make the game in Emacs. Ooh, that's a good idea. Also, look at all this unnecessary code he's able to remove that I just wrote for no reason. Lamau. This is also awful code. I go to linked lists much too much. Vimi says Emacs best life engine. That's right. It keeps me going. Eternal Wild Fox says, well, I solved some source code by #pragma comment lib comma to link. I don't know what that does, and that's scary that DirectX 11 requires that. I really recommend OpenGL to learn 3D programming. DirectX 11 is proprietary and not going to be around for a long time. Sir Aid says that's an MSVC thing, I think. Exactly. RPWH says Vim! Is that a Vim emote? Where'd you get that? The Primogen Emacs. It's Vim crushing Emacs. RPWH, that's a hilarious emote. I gotta show that. Ooh, can I do it? I can do it. Look at that. Look at that beautiful emote from RPWH. Our most recent contributor. Our beautiful RPWH. That's an amazing emote. Just Emacs crushed by Vim. Vulkan! Okay, Vulkan is fine. Vulkan is fine. Eternal Wild Fox says, and no OpenGL or Vulkan book. Oh, I have a DirectX 11 book. I got it this year, lol, and no OpenGL or Vulkan book. That's fair. If you feel like you can learn it, it's okay. And if you feel like you're learning new things, then go for it. But for me, DirectX 11, I tried it, and it's way too confusing. I'm like, OpenGL, it's just triangles. I can understand triangles. DirectX 11 is like, set up your context. It's like basically making making a parser or a context and like figuring out how to pass it around to places, and then you have asynchronous. There's so much. I'm just bad at it, which is why I'm averse to it. Nick1666 says, any tips on how to get started with Vim/Emacs without wanting to kill yourself? Well, if the killing yourself is related to the Emacs or Vim, I would recommend not using Emacs or Vim. But if you already want to kill yourself, I'd say there's probably no way to do it without that. You know, it doesn't just go away. Use escape plus QA exclamation point. Lamau. Vimy, you're so good. Quit. Nick, I'll be honest, I also had that feeling where I was so angry when I first started Emacs. And I made literally a file called like emacs.txt. And I was like, okay, how do I use this text editor? And I was like, I went through and found key bindings, and I started going, okay, so like Control N goes down one line. And I started doing things like this, then I pressed enter. I was like, okay, so enter goes to the next line. And then I just started from here and doing this. So I looked up like the basic Emacs commands and then copied the what they do. You know what I mean? And then eventually I made it more and more sophisticated. Like this actually just moves the cursor up one line. It doesn't go anywhere, if that makes sense. And eventually it became more and more verbose until that became like unnecessary for me to look at it or make it any more extensive. Nick says, I mean, okay, I should make a TXT thing. Makes sense. But this just helped me get, like, when you write something yourself in your own words, it just solidifies it so much more in your own head. So when you get, like, Control N, move cursor down one line, then you go, like, okay, I can do that. And then it gets annoying, like, okay, how do I go forward or backward? And then it's like, so then you look that up and you're like, okay, so then Control F, move cursor forward one character. And then you learn Control B. And eventually you just start to accrue this little cheat sheet for yourself that you've written for yourself, which is really important because it can be structured in any way. This helps me the most, this structure. But for you, you may want like Control and then have a nested list and have N, move cursor down one line. Like, I don't know how your brain works or where the data needs to be for you to understand it. This just worked for me. But by making it for yourself, you're able to tailor it for how you learn and what you need. Because like at the beginning, these were just so confusing to me. So I had to like really get them into my head and look at this all the time. And then eventually now I just zoom all over the place and don't even think about it. Control G is the most important shortcut in Emacs. Yeah. If anything goes wrong, or you want out, etc., use Control G. It quits. Look in the bottom left here. Every time I press Control G, quit. It quits. So if I'm like typing a command, I don't know how this came up, Control G, I'm out of it. If I typed a command, oh god, what came up? Control G, I'm out of it. It all works. It's beautiful. RPWH says, I'm using cock at the moment. What? Did I miss something? Anyway, Nick, that's what I would recommend, starting to do some make yourself your own cheat sheet and write it in your own words, even if you're looking at a cheat sheet and just copying from it. Azure1S says, wow, I didn't know Control G existed. I always just do escape, escape, escape. I guess you could also do alt, 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 because escape and alt are both meta in Emacs. They both are the M keyword. So like MS, you can type escape S, and it's the same as meta S. See? See that down here? My possible commands, I can do iSearch forward, occurred, blah, blah, blah. Or I can do escape S, and the same things pop up. Escape and alt are the same things in Emacs. So Azure1S, you could also just press alt, alt, alt. How about that? How about that? Vimy says, just restart PCP. Oh, PC. I read PCP. Don't read into that. Don't read into that. We're doing code review. I totally forgot. That's a classic. Nick says, yo, there's a fuck go back button. Yeah. You're like, oh, it's like an oh shit handle in the backseat of a car. It's like, oh shit. And you grab that handle and you're out of there. You're safe. So I like this assert that num registers is greater than 0. Otherwise it's empty, so we can't allocate from an empty one. So how do we, if register in use equals 0? What does this return if the register descriptor, like if they're all in use, is what I'm worried about. So if they're all in use, we got to worry about that a little bit. Unless, oh, this is still here, isn't it? Could not allocate register exit 1. Okay, I was like, I thought this ended the function, but it apparently does not. This does. Suraid says same thing as before, exit 1. Thank you. I'm dumb. I missed it because of this big gap. I like that though. That's really clean. Vimy says, as a C guy, Lenzer, what do you think about suckless? I'm suckless what? What is suckless? I don't want to Google that. I'm scared. Vimy, explain yourself. What is suckless? I'm not smart enough. So RPWH says, I recently started incorporating command chaining stuff in Vim, and it's such a game changer. Stuff like CIW. YCM or COC? I'm using COC at the moment. but I'm a Vim noob. It's such an improvement over YCM in my humble opinion, says VMe. Suckless. I still don't know what suckless means. As far as command chaining, is that like transient key maps? So like you can run a command that binds something until something happens? Like a key map that doesn't stick around forever. It's like when I press Control C, when I press J, it runs this command, and when I press W, it runs a command here, and when I press Q, it aborts. When I press C, it runs this other command. Is that what you're talking about? Where like I press Control C, C, and then I can have this other key map bound while I'm using it? Suckless is philosophy. Group of devs. Software. Suckless is philosophy. So it's probably like a GNU thing? Like it's a whole foundation in a movement? Am I missing out? I may just be dumb. I'm very often that. Sir Aid says the formatting here is scuffed because some functions were just removed, lol. Yeah, that's fair. So, because instead of register add you use, and register create you use init register, which is kind of beautiful. Just a really minimalistic software in C, like a window manager, terminal emulator, tab orchestrator. I think it's sweet then. I'll have to look into it. Do you promise when I Google it, nothing bad will come up? It worked. I had to trust first. I was like, I'm gonna Google this and like penises are gonna be all over my screen. I did not trust one bit. But once you explained it, I'm like, okay, maybe. Oh, they made DWM. Okay. Okay. Doing one thing and doing it well, and they stick very strictly to that. Worse is better principle. I like it. This is a good principle. Worse is better. I like the KISS principle, and they've done, they have II, so they made II. They made a static Linux distribution. That's cool. What is Stali? A terminal emulator 256 color enabled with 24-bit color support. That's impressive. ST. WMII after DWM. Surf, an entire web browser. Very interesting. Reminds me of less is more, lol. Exactly. Worse is better and less is more. Garb called for the need for a Plan 9 lovers and a C hacker Ubuntu. Ooh. Maybe I'm switching OSs tonight. Stali, an operating system with statically linked executables that adheres to the suckless principles. Ooh, I love statically linked executables because dynamic linking sucks. That's awesome. This is very cool. Thank you for showing me that. I think it's an awesome foundation. If they have a focus on free software and they've made all these things already for free for the entire world just to download, yeah, look at this. They're still updating them. So they're just, that's incredible. This is an amazing organization. It's software that sucks less. It's suck less. I like it. Not suckless. Not no suck, just less suck. Especially on Windows. Lamau. RPWH says, I think it's a little different. For example, C is like change char, but if you do something like CI, left curly bracket, it changes everything in the left-right block and puts you in input mode. Or I like to remember it as CIW, change in word. I mean, you can write an Emacs command to like delete the next word or to highlight the next word for you to edit, or because there's no modes, you're always in insert mode. Vimi says DLLs are for chums, static linking is for chads, single executable forever. Well, DLLs are for chums. Window DLLs are just the worst idea. It's so stupid. What if you had to copy the DLL everywhere to every single executable? It's like, this makes no sense, Windows. Jesus. Or add it to the application's runtime path environment variable, which like each application has its own environment variables in Windows. It's so broken. Everything's so broken. First time chat from a viewer I feel like I've seen before. Rust Jr. 08. If you switch, you won't have an activation nag message. That is true. RPWH says, yeah, I'm sure there is something similar in Emacs, but it's so useful coming from VS Code. I see. See, I never liked any of the things that like the the IDEs did. I was annoyed that they inserted things and like did things that I didn't write. So when I got to Emacs, it was like a match made in heaven. I was like, finally, an editor that does what I tell it to. Register name. So how do we get the name? Say if it's not valid, we could not find with register. I like this error, this very beautiful error message with the printf as usual. And we return Cogent context registers descriptor dot name. So this is now this literal string here. Okay, that's fine. Never null. Can it be null? It can be null. We could have register name as, we'd have to pass in null, but it could be null, which we'd have to worry about. It's not important. It's just a little corner case. That will never happen unless somebody writes a Cogent backend in a very bad way. So we allocate a register now from the context. Is that? Oh, that is how that works now. So now each context stores a pointer to the register pool. So any context can be passed and the registers can be dereferenced with the array operator. I was like, wait, so registers is shallow copied, so we just need the dot. The pointer registers is dereferenced with the array operator and accessed at offset descriptor. And if it's in use, that deallocates it. Beautiful. Siraid says, I suppose we could add a static assert to the macro or something. True, that'd push us to C17. I want this to not, I want it to just work by default, not have to put like dash standard equals C17. Ooh. There will be memes, first time chat from a new viewer. Lenzer, for Emacs, are there any good add-ons for remote development via SSH? Tramp. I can't believe you haven't heard of it. Tramp is great. I would use Tramp. Look into Tramp. GNU Tramp. There will be memes. Russ Jr. says, you probably saw me when I followed a while back ago. I'm pretty much always watching from my TV, so constantly lurking. Haha. That's great. We love lurkers around here. It's great to have you finally chat and hear from you, Russ Jr. And thank you for lurking. I very much appreciate it. Vme says, don't nag on VS Code. It has its bright spots. It's not bad. I just don't like it. Otherwise, I'd use it, right? Siraid says, I mean, it probably shouldn't be null, lol. Siraid is correct. Russ Jr. says, wouldn't you just use Emacs directly on the system you're SSH'd into, if I'm understanding you properly? Nah. Russ Jr., there's Tramp. There's ways to do it. He's valid. Siraid says, yeah, the entire register pool is shallow copied. It contains a pointer to the heap allocated register array, which is at regs, which is dereferenced with the array operator. Static assert is C11. Awesome, I didn't know that. That's perfect. Thank you, Siraid. You're so much more knowledgeable than me. There will be memes, at Russ Jr. Yeah, that's what I've been using with Vim, but I don't like porting my NeoVim config all the time. Lamau. It's true. I just made my Emacs config public. It's still missing my mode line, but it has everything else. So if you want to check that out, it's on GitHub. Emacs.files. LanderXT says, oopsie, forgot to watch stream. What's up, Lander? It's so good to see you. Thank you, Lander, for tuning in. We very much appreciate it. He says, you are a god. Oh, thank you. Don't put me on a pedestal. I'm just like all of you, I promise. I'm the common man. Russ Jr. says, fair enough. Vme says, you can save your vimrc as a gist or an FTP and then just one curl wget away from that Vim goodness. If everything is in your vimrc, I would be impressed. Vme says, the myth, the man, the Lander. Oh, Lander with the link right away to the Emacs dot files. Beautiful stuff, Lander. As usual, killing it with the links. But yeah, those Emacs dot files are all my packages I've written for Emacs in my configuration. It's not exactly how I want to have it, but it's at least somewhat structured, right? It's not just a mess. It's somewhat structured. LenderXT says, guessing you still have the private repo? No, this repo is, I just made it public. So this private repo is now made public. You can see I've been working on it for 3 months. Not for 3 months, but since 3 months ago. LenderXT says, ah. But yeah, this is just the one that was private. And everything has been fixed in the Git history, so there's nothing scary. I thought it had a different name when it was private. I don't think so. I think it was emacs.files. I could be wrong. I may have changed the name at some point in these 3 months, because it's as easy as this, right? I don't know. Suckless is very cool. Registers by Serade, that's right. There Will Be Meme says, good point, but usually need to get more than one file, but I guess that could just be more wgets. True. Rush Jr. says, I use a Git repo plus GNU Stow to make sure all my configs get ported and synced. That's pretty gigabrain. That's pretty giga-chad, Rush Jr. Using GNU Stow is, I tip my hat to you, you know what I mean? A little bit of a salute. I like how we don't have to pass our register pool all around the place now. That's actually kind of great how it's in the context. That's a very large cleanup by Serade, and that is a beautiful, beautiful API cleanup that I really like. There Will Be Meme says, never even heard of GNU Stow. We'll look it up. Ooh. Ooh. Kipo. I love Kipo. The cat ears and the blunt. Also, by the way, since this is the backend, the LLVM way to do this would be just assert everything, because that error in register name should probably never happen. It's very true. I hate that asserts don't happen in release mode, though. So the reason we use exit in the register name is just because of assert doesn't work when ndebug is defined. So if we want no debug defined, which we kind of do in release mode, we still want these asserts to work, because we're not doing debug asserts, we're doing runtime asserts, which are different semantics. So effectively, we're gonna have to like, Serade says, that's why I always write my own assert macro. Now that's gigabrain. Lender says LLVM supremacy. Nah, this backend completely written ourselves. With like line and file, etc. Ooh, that's beautiful. I love the line and file macros. They're heavily underused. Rust Jr. says, would definitely recommend. Ooh yeah. Vimy says, talking about GNU Stow, Vimy says there will be memes. A lot of plugins? In that case, you can use Vundle or any other plugin manager. It expands one curl into a few commands, but honestly don't know. I have a dev-env setup.sh that just does everything for me. Power of automation. That's right, do it once, put it in a shell file, and never understand how it works ever again. Vimy has it right. That's how my OBS actually works. I use a shell file to launch OBS into the proper GUI layout. Serade says, I suppose I can make a pull request for that later, lol. Lamau, nah, it's fine. This is beautiful. You don't have to keep doing work, only if you want to. I think it's all beautiful. LanderXT says, did you not hear me? I said LLVM supremacy. Lamau, we could make an LLVM backend. Eternal Wildfox says, I'm getting closer with Visual Studio 2017. Oh no. I'm so sorry, Eternal Wildfox. I really hope it works. I believe in you. Vimy says, that's why I am a DevOps now. Lol. Want to get terrified? Vimy, I already am. Throwby Meme says, don't use that word. As an MLE, I'm scared of it. Lamau, Kappa. Serade says, C-assert really is kind of jank, to be honest. Yeah, it's one of the worst asserts in the world. Especially stuff like assert condition and message. Yeah, it's just horrible. That's how I use asserts, so that they can show the error, but it's like, that shouldn't be how we have to have a message in the assert. Oh, Christ. Oops, I went back. LenderXT says, if you don't make the back end, I will. I'd love to see it. Love to see it. Serade says, especially stuff... Oh yeah, I already read that. Vimy says there will be memes. Terraform. Ansible. Jenkins! Kappa. Lamau Leroy. making an appearance. There will be memes at VMe. No, please, making a Docker image and giving it to DevOps is all I'm good for, Keepo. Seraid says, yeah, it's a C idiom, and that's kind of sad, lol. Ooh, you're absolutely correct. This is all looking great, though. So with register name, I think we already looked at that. We return null in register name, which means every time we call register name, we probably should think about if it's null or not. But we're not going to do that for now. We're going to have an exit one here, I think, is what is going to eventually end up happening. Seraid says, time to make a C idioms alignment chart, I guess. Oh no. Oh, Hostman says, hi. How's it going, Hostman? It's so good to see you. Also, Constant Dust shouts out to the follow 3 minutes ago. Thank you so much for joining our wonderful little community. Be sure to check out the Discord down below as well if you want notifications every time I go live. Vimy says, it's not Leroy, it's Jenkins. Jenkins is literally a thing. Lamau. They could have named this dude Leroy, though. What is Jenkins? I'm still confused. Installing. Tutorials. What is it? It's a pipeline. Oh good, a pipeline. I like pipelines. What do pipelines do? We need RAM. Seraid says, that's why I said register name should probably assert. Yeah, you right. You right. LenderXT says, too many people in chat. I don't think so. I think there's an amazing amount of people in chat. There could be double this. There's still not too many. There will be memes, says at LenderXT. Is 13 too many? LenderXT says, I feel sorry for Lens trying to code and reading all of us. Don't feel bad, man. It's more fun to read what you guys have to say than to write code that, you know what I mean? It's a lot more fun to hang out with all of you. I wouldn't feel bad, Lender. Also, all I'm doing is merging a pull request. It's not complicated work. Vimy says, we need juicy RAMs? Download moreram.com. Lamau. There will be memes. Merging? That's easy. Just force push it. Oh god. No, kappa. I like the kappa. So, result register names are now const char stars. And we check if result register is compared to this enum. Pass the context to all of these instead of R. I think that's very valid. Allocate a register. Okay, we're in the weeds of it now. I like how we can just remove R. That's very clean. Result is a char pointer, and it's now a const char pointer. So we use it separately. Put parenthesis around result. This is so messy. So put parenthesis around result. This is an incorrect comment now. That's probably something we should mention. Incorrect comment is the worst type of comment. So then we have needed len result copy result equals malloc needed len plus 1 print. Let's see, this is all the same logic. Ooh boy. LenderXT says, GitHub or insistent, my account doesn't exist. Lamau, there will be memes. If it doesn't have 10k stars combined on all projects minimum, does it even exist in the first place? Keepo. Lamau. Vme says, at LenderXT, because Microsoft just can't not fuck up a project they buy. Very true. There will be memes says, at Vme, sorry, I didn't manage to get that part about Microsoft. Looks like something leaked. Kappa. LenderXT says, time to move to any suggestions? Codeberg. Go to Codeberg. Codeberg is better. This is my account, but go to Codeberg. It's better. It's open source and it's free. And as long as your projects are open source, you can host them on there for free. So I'd very much recommend that. Codeberg is a cool one. And it has all the same abilities as GitHub. There's pull requests, right? You can merge pull requests. There's issues. You can have you know what I mean, releases. You can host releases, binary releases. It's very cool, and I recommend it. Vimy says self-hosted Git. That would be better, but most people can't do that. And it doesn't really create a backup, which is what most people want. But Vimy saying GitLab is also very smart. Suraid says, also that strdup is probably unnecessary, but I didn't remove it because this PR was more about the register stuff. So what do we actually strdup name for into result copy? Yeah, it's definitely not needed. But again, I don't think that's important. Thoughts on Bitbucket? I've never used it. I've heard it's good for like enterprise stuff, and I think it's expensive when I looked at the prices. LenderXT says, I want to write 10 lines of code, then mirror it to every VCS possible. I mean, that's definitely doable. I mean, even in Maggot, they support multiple remotes, like, really easily. All you have to do is add a new remote, which is, you just go M, capital M, for remote, and then you just say add down here with A. Then you just add a new remote, and you can see, you give it a name like something, and then you give it a URL, and everything happens. Like that. And then you can just fetch from all the remotes at once. Vimy says, dudes, if any one of you needs a Git T, I can share my Ansible playbook to deploy it if you want. Oh. See, I don't like version control that is stored on the same system. It just seems a little silly to me. Because I feel like it should be a remote backup, which is why they're called Git remotes. So I feel like I want it like somewhere else, so that if there's a fire and my house burns down, it's not like, well, lost all my programs and their version control. It's like, ooh. But Vimy, it is very cool to have a self-hosted Git T, and it's a good idea. I'm just hard-headed. There Will Be Meme says, to do, errors that don't suck. That's not very C of you. True. True. Suraid says, I think maybe they meant using Git and Subversion, etc. lol in the same directory. Lol. You can definitely do that. It's wait, so what if your Git what if your Git you tracked your Subversion and in your Subversion you tracked your .git? Is that possible? Ultra version control, where each version control stores another version control. That's actually pretty funny. That's like a snake eating its own tail, but twice. Vimy says just self-host it in cloud. It's not much disk space and network to transfer, so you can pull it off with like $5 a month, Lamau. Minimal cloud VM. Oh, he didn't say Lamau. He said $5 a month, minimal cloud VM. I'm just dumb. That's pretty dope. I didn't know that. The cloud is also scary to me, but it's probably just some server on a rack somewhere. It's probably pretty stable as far as it goes. So if it's only $5 a month, do 2 of those and have 2 remotes that you self-host Git T's on. Then that's what I would call secure. Sir Aid says recursive VCS go brrr. Lamau. LanderXT says I'm going to use a Hello World program as well. Lamau. Sir Aid says that's one way to implement a git undo, I suppose. Lol. True. You could just clone your subversion directory and then force push your new git tree, which would be the old git tree, so it would remove the... That's pretty dope. It would work. Vimy says, Neo, cloud doesn't exist. It's just someone else's server. I love when people don't understand that the cloud is just like the internet. It's just like a website, and it can go down at any time, and it's just a server. It's on a rack somewhere. LanderXT says, you know all of these companies have a backup of your data refreshed super often. All of these companies. Which companies? Are you talking about like GitHub and Subversion and stuff? We know that. It's just that we're talking about self-hosted Git T instances. Because GitHub and Subversion do, and Bitbucket and GitLab and whatever, Codeberg, they all store version control. So you have all the version control, but not version control of the version control. Vimy says, I use Git T on my local server with backup to Cloud Git T and I love it. That's pretty dope. That would work great. LanderXT says, I mean the cloud self-host option. So basically you're saying the cloud provider is copying your data Or they have backups of it? Why would they have backups of it? Only if the server's running RAID, which I would doubt, given it's an enterprise server that's being rented out to users. I don't know. Maybe I don't know. I like that we don't have to do string compares on the register name. This is very beautiful now. And it just means that the codegen context can't be created at the top level because we require a specific creation function for each one. So I'd love to have a base codegen context creation function, but it really just needs to do this, which is going to be custom. So we could have codegen context create and then pass in format and switch here, but I don't think that's cleaner. I think this is the better way to have a separate function per architecture, the same way we're doing the codegen. Soraid says, yeah, getting rid of the string compare was the main reason for this refactor, lol. It's very beautiful. I like how it just fits into place so elegantly. How we can just replace R with a codegen context and everything just kind of works out. You did great. This is great work. If I haven't said that already, this is amazing. Thank you so much for doing all this. This is honestly a lot of hard work that I've been avoiding. So now codegen context has a registry pool, which gets shallow copied each way, and that's only like 16 bytes. So our codegen context doesn't really grow in size too bad. LenderXT says, it's been a few years since I last had a server like that. Maybe they stopped because demand got too high. Demand is definitely very high. Vimy says, you can manage your backup policy. You can even have a cloud instance with RAM disk, and if it goes down, everything is lost. Ooh, that's amazing. Having a RAM disk is pretty pog. Vimy says, it's just not really obvious for regular cloud user how to manage backup policies. Absolutely. Soraid says, yeah, that's why I decided against having a generic codegen context create function. I think you decided correctly, because we came to the same conclusion. Like, it's not really worth it to just move everything into one spot, even though it's all separate things, right? It's like, keep everything separate as it should be, just like the codegen. Load racks with left-hand side of division operator if needed. You know what I just realized looking at this? We don't check for division by 0. We just pass that on through to fail at runtime. How beautiful is that? We might want to check against that. Whoops. Oopsies. In any case, we'll have to add something like that. And that's not a part of the pull request. That's just something I noticed looking at it. The pull request is about registers. I'm not saying Sir Aid should have done that. Just being clear. Also, Azur1S, thank you so much for the follow. I missed it 10 minutes ago, but thank you, Azur1S. I appreciate it. We appreciate you around here, and welcome to the community. There will be meme says, I'm pretty sure that there are some areas of mathematics where div by 0 is perfectly fine, Kappa. Yeah, absolutely. Okay, we looked at all this, and this is looking great. We literally looked at every line of code. It all looks beautiful. We have to remove assignment from the enumeration, and we have to exit instead of return null. But I think that's really all that mattered. There may be something else I missed. Other than that, I think all our fprintfs, we still move 0, move 1, ss. Also, is there a better way to do code gen of comparisons rather than having a true register, a false register, and doing a conditional move from them? Because you can't do a conditional move unless you do from a register to a register or memory. So we can't have a literal value 0 or 1 with a conditional move, which I think is just dumb. So we're basically going to have to do like, we could do a jump instead of this conditional move. I don't know. This one's more efficient, but it takes 4 scratch registers for one comparison, and it's just horrible. Sir Aid says set E, etc. would be better, but that requires us to support AL, BL, CL, etc. Set E. What is set E? I'm looking it up. x86-64. Felix Claudier, please. No? No Felix Claudier? Okay. I've literally never seen the set E function. What is set E? check pin, pin equals, okay, so that's what that's supposed to do, whatever. And its equivalent set z, we're gonna do this. Wow. Yeah, it's documented very wonderfully. Okay. What does it do, Stack Overflow man? Sets its argument to 1 if the 0 flag is set, or 0 otherwise. That's exactly what we want. There will be meme says, I may be, oh, Vimi says div by 0 is fine, it's just not deterministic, Kappa. Lamau. Suraid says also, if you want to write a test framework yourself, I'd still recommend taking a look at the comments on the other pull request because I've linked some resources there that might come in handy. Absolutely. So we'll use your pull request as an example when we're, and as like learning resources itself, when we're learning Algol on stream. I just want to make sure that everybody, because the reason we had that idea is because people were asking to like see me learn a new language. And I don't know Algol 68, so I thought that'd be a fun one to learn. King Buns says, hello mateys, how's it going, King Buns? What's up? You're in the Discord often, it's great to see you in live. Sir Aid says, oh, it's set CC. Sir Aid with the amazing link, by the way. Set byte if below or equal. Ooh, there's all of them. Okay, this is much better. Chat. Okay, also, Sir Aid, we don't need to support. Okay, wait. We don't need to support AL, BL, CL, etc. We can just set it to 0 and then this will set it to 1 or not. This is perfect. Because setting the lowest bit to 1 is the same as setting the 64-byte number to 1. It doesn't matter. The operand has to be an 8-bit register though. So we just have to convert from our scratch register into its low mode. Is that correct? I see why you're having troubles here. So all we'd have to do is save and set. So you can't do SETI racks. It has to be SETI al, as far as I know. That's okay. We'll just save and set. So what I'm meaning, I know I'm not making sense. So basically, Suraid, I think we can do like push racks, SETI al, move al into our result register, right? Our 64-byte result register. And then we can pop racks. No? Something like that, save and set. So we save racks, set it, move it into our actual result register, and then pop racks. Always using AL works as well. Or we could use something that isn't a scratch register. Like we could even use the stack pointer, which would, I think, be funny. I don't know if you can access the 16 bytes of the stack pointer, but that would be pretty funny. Use it as our temporary register that we save and set. Could break things if we ever have a push in here, but we never will, so. Also, this pop then wouldn't work. But it'd be fun. It'd be fun to figure something like that out. But yeah, we could just use something that isn't a scratch register as well. Or anything like that. Vimi, oh, I missed some maths. Div by 0 breaks basic axioms of algebra if you try to define it. As said, it's non-deterministic. Exactly, it doesn't work with the P and O axioms. Senior Stack Overflow dev, Lamau. Suraid says there's a link. Thank you, Suraid, I missed that. Weren't you joking about a language that only has the bit type? I think that's GCPL. There's literally a language with only a bit type. That's awesome. Vimi says, I'm done with cutting-edge math when I tried to understand core algebraic topology. Oh no, that's scary. Also, we're not here, we're here. There will be meme says, looks like we're in the same boat, buddy. I've stopped at Riemann geometry and was like, nah, fam, I'm good. LLVM has arbitrary integers. What does that mean? LLVM do have arbitrary integers. What is arbitrary? You can do I plus any number like I74 or something. Yeah, that's, I see, arbitrary bit width integers. I see what you're saying. I think Zig has that same thing, right? It has IN integers. This comment is so, it's so mean. I should have put a smiley face. In any case, I think we're just going to merge this bad boy. I don't really care about the changes that we mentioned, making them myself, and they're going to take 2 seconds, so we're going to merge this bad boy. And we're just going to... Can we do a thing? I kind of just want to add to the base branch like this without a merge commit. Because these 4 are very clean and describe what they do. I don't want to like get rid of these. So we're just going to rebase and merge. Hopefully we don't have a working tree. I guess I should have worried about that. Oh well. You found out why register free was broken? Oh, you did? I'm actually curious. Okay, so in registers, he said he explained it in the PR. Ooh. Removed register create, register add, and register free since they are no longer used. On that note, the reason why register free wasn't working properly is because it was trying to free string literals. Oof. Was it really? That's so sad. That's so dumb. Did I really do that? No, it's probably because we had heap allocated names before and then we didn't. Yeah, we were trying to free the name. Lamau. Lol. Sir Aid, thank you for pointing that out. That was very dumb of me to write that. But I think we just changed course, because when we first made registers, they were heap allocated, and then I was like, oh, I don't need heap allocated. These can just be string literals. And then I never rewrote that free one. In any case, let's do a poll. We have to poll. Let's just pull from all remotes. Sir Aid says, and that's why const correctness is a thing. Lamau. There will be meme says, yeah, I wonder if it will ever be solved in my lifetime. Oh, Vimy mentioned Zeta breaks my brain too. What is Zeta? There will be meme says, then I can read all about it and understand zero just like point care. Vimy says, I mean, it's been 22 years since mill problems and only 1 got solved, and the proof is so complex I can't even understand the paper. The abstract of the paper. Oof. Sir Aid says, the fact that C lets you assign a string literal to a char pointer was the real problem here. True. You are correct. But again, const doesn't mean constant, so that's the issue. Right? If const meant constant, everything would be fine. But it doesn't. It means the specific C thing, idea of const. It doesn't actually map to any word or anything. There will be meme says, at Vimy, good for you. I stopped at the title. Kappa. So we have Sir Aid's 4 beautiful commits here that we are ready to pull into our code base, hopefully without any major issues. We don't really have much edited. And perfect. It was a beautiful merge. You always love to see that. And then we'll just say, also, see this got lost. So here is where all the x86-64 stuff should go, including this. See, then we have to do the undefined. I may get rid of the undefined. Also, I remembered we were doing this. We should probably do that, and that, and that as well. Yes. Again, this is just my preference. I don't want to macro that edits something that isn't passed as an argument, because I treat this like a function like macro invocation, and if this was a function, then this would never truthfully have access to registers unless it was passed as an argument. So that's my theory there. Vimy says, there was a great seminar about Poincare conjecture and higher dimension mathematical intuition. I can try to dig it out later if you are on Discord. The Ruby meme says, sorry fam, don't got a Discord. Rip. That was the twist of the century right there. Okay, we can also remove these and remove these. Whoops. And remove that. And remove this. Everything will be fine, I promise. And, yep, remove that. So we have racks, BX, CX, DX. We have destination register, source register. We have R8, R9, R10, R11, R12, R13, 14, and 15. I think everything is good there. Why are you mad? What's happening? Okay, so these are just, it's telling me these are what you're trying to access and it's not working. Are these all 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14? There's not all of them here. What are we missing? Oh, RIP and RSP. That's probably also important. We're not going to ever need them. We're just doing it. Sir 8 says, I usually just use identifiers in the macro definition if I know that the macro is only ever going to be used in one place, but fair enough. Sir 8 says, careful here though, because we're doing registers add enumerator, you also have to add all the registers to the registers array. I see. So you're saying all of these would be scratch registers based on this create, but otherwise, just because we do size of registers, dereferenced, which would be register pool. So we allocate, this is a confusing size of as well, but it's fine. But yeah, we allocate, what you're saying is we allocate this many registers. And init register just gives it a name, in use, and descriptor. Sorry, it says, and that might cause problems if registers are used for specific purposes. So the idea this would not be just registers x86-64. This would be scratch registers, right? On x86-64. Is that fine? I think that's fine. Should we do like x86-64 scratch registers? I don't know. I don't think that's too bad. And that's not going to be all the registers. So we have BX, DX, SI, DI. Pretty sure these are all scratch registers that we don't have to worry about. We were just very cautious. So we have to look at the MSDN documentation. Calling convention. Because we're doing, and that might cause problems, because the registers are allocated in order. I think the option would be to put all the registers in an enum, have separate arrays in the register pool for scratch registers, etc. So you're saying register pool, have all registers, and then have scratch registers? But do we ever need registers that aren't scratch registers? That way we'd still be able to compare any two registers using enumerators from the same format. I think one option, so is this what your idea was? Kind of have all the registers as its one thing, and then have scratch registers as its own thing? And that way when we create it, we could use something like this, and init register would say, Vimy says, the legit registers, elite registers, Lamau. So if we have a separate, so we have this pool of this pool of registers, I almost said pool of architectures, Lamau. So if these contain all registers, like A, B, C, D, E, F, and G, and then we have scratch registers, I mean, technically this could just be an index into an array, right? So these could also just be it'd basically just be another array. I think that'd be easier. So then let's say A, B, C, D, and G are scratch registers. Sir Aid says, I can make another pull request real quick. No, it's good. We're coding. That's all that matters. And I don't think it matters this much for now. So instead of changing it, what we're going to do is also the merging would be horrible, Sir Aid, in case you don't know. So what we're going to do is this. We're going to say scratch registers on x86-64. And then this is just going to be, what did we have before? We had racks, R10, R11, RBX, RDI, and RSI. So we kept RCX for counting. We kept our DX for some reason as not a scratch register, probably because it's caller saved. RDI and RSI, we had R10, R11, we had 11 and 12, 14 and 15. These exist. RIP and RSP, definitely not scratch registers. And we'll do this for now. Sir Raid says scratch registers could just be a register descriptor array. I like that. And this could be scratch indices. Registers. It's not bad. Arusius says the patrician choice is 3,256 registers, but they're all 1-bit registers. Oh god. The Roby meme says, a fellow connoisseur of fine tastes, I see. Lamau. Sorry, it says, and we probably need num scratch registers. Yeah. Why? Because we can't do a comparison. We're gonna have to see, this would mean that scratch registers would have to all be, we'd have to like check it'd be O of n lookup, effectively. Because we'd have to look at every single descriptor to make sure the one we have isn't in this list. We could also define it so that all the scratch registers come first, and then we only use a subset, and we have num scratch registers, like that. So basically we'd have one big array of A, B, C, D, E, F, G, but it'd be ordered so that all the scratch registers come first, like A, B, C, D, G, and then all the unusable ones. So if we just had num scratch registers and placed all the scratch registers at the beginning of the register array, we wouldn't need another array. We just need another number. That might be the best convention to hold, where the scratch registers come first and we just say how many there are. This is actually, that might be the cleanest. Because then we can do the same is register valid type of thing, like is register valid scratch register, and then we just check if it's from 0 to this. Saraid says that also works, yeah. Oh, he also says, I'm gonna make a summary of what I mean, that's gonna take like a minute or two. Did I read that already? I may have. In any case, that's okay. I would love to hear what your idea is. I don't want to just stomp on you with this one. If your idea, if you want to explain your idea, I'll still hear you out, 100%. The Roby meme says, by the way, does anybody have an idea on how faster matrix multiplication is for 8-bit ints versus 16-bit floats for NVIDIA GPUs specifically? What? Arusia says, didn't even know you could do 8-bit ints on GPUs. You can do whatever you want as long as it's single instruction, multiple data. Putting the scratch registers first is probably a better idea than what I had, so I suggest we go with that, lol. Awesome, Saraid. I just wanted to make sure I'm not stomping on you, just like, no, we're doing this, I came up with this, and this is the way. I want to make sure I hear everyone out if they feel like they want to be heard at. So all we have to do then is move these here and say each platform must have scratch registers defined, obviously. Scratch registers must come first in enumeration. Do not assign any value to any, what are these called? Are these labels? Are these enum labels? Enum variable names? What is this? Is that an enum? Do not assign any value to any enum name. Enum name? What is it? A label? It's an enumerator. So this is the actual enumerator. We'll go with enumerator. I thought enumerator referred to the value, but it makes sense that enumerator would be the, like I thought enumerator was this, and unenumerator has things, but it would make more sense that this is an enumerator, and that this is just the name of an enumerator, or a group of enumerator. Yeah, I'm getting it now. But yeah, so effectively, we can say scratch registers here, and then we can do non-scratch registers. Sure, why not? Sure. And A1011, A1011, BX BX SIDI. Okay, they're in a different order and it's a little confusing, but it's definitely gonna work. Okay, so now here, I just have to say .num scratch reg equals, ooh. If we wanted, we could even have like an enumerator itself count how many there are, but we're just gonna say this is how many there are. Because we could do something like this, right? And then have non-scratch registers also there, but that means that this could get caught as a valid register, which we don't really want. And it would mean that we allocate more than we truthfully need. So we're just gonna this needs updated whenever amount of scratch registers changes. It probably never needs updated, so this comment probably never going to be read by anybody, but hey, it's worth it. Erusius says you can have two enumerators with the same value. Oh my god, really? Erusius, thank you. Oh my god, does this work? Okay, we gotta break this then. We broke our own rule. Do not assign to any value to any enumerator. That's now wrong. Values between on or between 0 and maximum must be a valid register descriptor. That's all we have to say. Suraid says, yeah, that works. Well, that's beautiful. Scratch has to be the highest scratch register plus 1. So it has to be that. That's confusing. We're going to put that at the bottom then. And we're going to do this as well. This isn't clean, but it does work. There will be meme says, wait, you can have two enums with the same value? What purpose does that serve? This one right here, actually. It's pretty great. I'm actually very glad that this works. You could do scratch count equals R11 plus 1, RCX equals scratch count, and that would work too. Oh, that's better. Sir Aid with the better. So scratch count equals R11 plus 1. RCX equals scratch count. Yeah. It's kind of, well, I feel like this is more confusing and it's like non-scratch assigned to a scratch. I just feel like that's more confusing syntax. Because RCX isn't a scratch and then we're assigning it to the actual scratch enum, which gets confusing and it's like, it will definitely require explaining. Whereas this is kind of clear, like there's scratch, there's non-scratch. R11 plus 1 is the end. Suraid says the other way is better, IMO. I'm glad you agree. Because I think this way is just more readable. In the sense that RCX isn't a scratch register. Putting both at the bottom is cleaner. Oh yeah. 2 and 1 bottom. The best. Arusia says, something you also see sometimes is enum setting, low, medium, high, preferred equals medium. Oh, that's so cool. So you're telling me my code gen format doesn't have to be like this? You telling me I could just have the default equal to MSWin? Oh my god, I didn't know this. I didn't know this. Ah. Okay. Okay. You win. You win. That's beautiful. Okay. So is this working now? So we have scratch registers. We can init register. We're gonna have to init all the registers. I don't think that's a big deal. And so when we init register, we say at descriptor. We already do count. Size of dereferenced registers. What is registers? So this is size of register, right? Is this correct? Yeah, that's correct. So we need this many registers. Init these bad boys. I don't know if we'll ever need them. Also, let's do it in the right order. BX 1011 should be source, then dest. Okay, so now we have our CX, DX, scratch. Man, this is beautiful. Saraid says, type pointer var equals malloc size of pointer var is a common pattern in C. That way it still works if you change the type. I see. That may be a better way to do it. It's just for me, when reading it, I hate having to figure out what is registers when dereferenced, which is just the type to the left of the first star, but it's still, I just like having the type explicit, and register will probably never change. And you don't have to think about what the type is, it just works. See, I can't have that detail be missing. My brain will it'll be like, no, you don't know this, you have to go figure this out. You don't know this, you have to go figure this out. And it just bothers me. I don't know why, it shouldn't, and it's not good. Also, did we forget R8 and stuff? Look at us. We forgot R8 and R9, everybody. How sad is that? Arusia says, however, if you change the variable name, you then have to change the variable name in 2 places. Lamau. I love the slight sarcasm in that. Because whenever you change a variable name, you have to change it in every place you use it anyway. Which is pretty funny. So CX, DX, 8, 9, 12, 13, 14, 15. RISP. So instruction pointer, stack pointer. Kind of want instruction pointer last. I don't know why. It's just a little feeling I have. So I'm going to go for it. And we now have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 registers, which is perfect. We also have floating point registers, but we're not going to use those as scratch registers, but they'll be in here eventually. Sir Aid says the C way to think about this is pointer registers is a register. That's why C usually puts the star there. I mean, yeah, but callic to me takes in the size of a type and an amount of that type. So having a size of just implicitly whatever this variable points to is, it's fine. I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm just saying for me when I read it, size of register, it doesn't need any explanation. I can just go, okay, so we're allocating count registers. And I don't have to do like, we're allocating count of whatever registers is. Registers is a register, so we're allocating count registers. It just saves me that little extra indirection loop, which is literally the indirection that's happening with the dereference point, the dereference / pointer thing when it's size of pointer registers. Arusius says, what even is the calling convention for floating point arguments? Let's take a look. So we're going to look at the MSDN docs because we're on Windows. So you can see that for floating point, you pass in XMM 0, 1, 2, 3, and then on the stack. And then same thing for integers, aggregates, pointers, 128-bit numbers, you know, stuff like that. Suraid says, yeah, fair enough. I guess it's a bit less intuitive. I suppose I'm just used to that. Lol. True. I'm not used to anything. I learned, I taught myself, so I definitely don't have like the proper traditional conventions. Eternal Wild Fox says, next example in the book. Woo! You're moving on. That's awesome. So this would be RCX, DX, 8, 9, F, then E pushed on stack. Confusing. I like it. So what happens when you have mixed int? See, this is what I'm curious about. So you have int A double B, A in RCX, B in XMM1, C in R8, D in XMM3. What about XMM2? Oh, so this isn't, okay, I get it now. This is just actual, like, index within the parameters array. This is not actually a, like the leftmost floating point goes in XMM0. So if you have a float and it's out here, no matter what, it'll be pushed on the stack. See, even if it doesn't matter what it is. Okay, this is making more sense now. I can't speak. Sir Aid says, oh god, Windows, why? Yeah, what about XMM2? That's weird. So basically, the leftmost argument, even if it's a float, it goes in XMM0. If it's an int, it goes in RCX. The second argument, even if there hasn't been a float already, it'll go in XMM1. Because it's the second argument. So this is their weird-ass calling convention for floating point numbers. But that's what it is. Whoever asked. Arusius, that's who asked. Here it is. It's in MSVC. I just looked up x64 calling convention, MSDN, and this came up. Arusius says, makes sense to me. It makes sense, it's just a little... It's a weird way to do it. You'd think that the first floating point would always go in XMM0. But that's not how they operate. They say the first argument is always in one of these registers. It makes sense. Return values, blah, blah, blah. Can we get to like, don't we have to worry about which ones we can like call or callee saved registers? Okay, it's not a table. That's why it's here. Racks, RCX, RDX, R8, R9, R10, R11, and all the floating point registers, well, all 6, are volatile. I think there's 8. Arusius says Unix calling convention is clearly superior. It can pass 6 arguments with registers. That's right. What is it? Isn't it CX, DX, DI, SI, R8, R9? When present, the upper portions of... How does it handle floating point, though? I'm curious. I'm not actually knowledgeable on that. The upper portions of YMM, ZMM are also volatile. Yes, duh. On AVX, ZMM, YMM, and XMM 16 through 31 are also volatile. So basically just all floating point are always volatile. Okay. And volatile registers destroyed on function calls. The x64 ABI considers registers BX, BP, DI, SI, SP, 12, 13, 14, 15 non-volatile. They must be saved and restored by any function that uses them. Okay, so let's change our scratch registers. So basically racks, CX, DX. So we're going to move BX to CX and CX to BX. Scratch registers are going to be racks, RCX, RDX, right? R8, R9, R10, and R11. Which means that these two are going to move down here. Sure. So we have RIP plus 1, R11 plus 1. That's still correct. We now have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 scratch registers. How useful is that? And also the floating point ones whenever we get those. So BX, BP, BX. Base pointer. How did I forget the base pointer, everybody? What is wrong with me? BX, BP, DI, SI, SP, BP, SP, BX, DI and SI, DI and SI, source and dest. And then 6 through 15 are non-volatile. Sir Aid says, and 8 floating point registers. Sir Aid says, Linux uses RDI, RSI, RDX, RCX, R8, and R9. I was close. The kernel uses R10 instead of RCX, and syscalls clobber RCX on R11. Christ. Floating point values are passed in XMM 0 through 7. Nice, so you have 8. 8 floating point registers. That's pretty baller. So I wonder why Microsoft keeps so many non-volatile. Like, why do they need these extra 2 registers? Floating point support for older code. Function pointers. There's no talk requirement for function pointers, okay? Well, here we are. We now have our Coderino. And we just have to go through and set all our enumerators and our proper names after a little reorganization. So we have racks, RCX, RDX, 8, 9. It's always a good time when you're fixing bugs to change things drastically in your code. Guaranteed to help out. Arusia says, interesting choice. So whether argument 7 and 8 is on the stack depends on the type of the argument. Yay. It seems like that's... I think even if like the floating point, like the first floating point value are passed in XMM 0, even if it's the third argument. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure that's how it works. 12, 13, 14, 15, BX, SIDI, SIDI, missed those. BX, SIDI, BP, SP, SIDI, BP, SP, IP. Okay. Scratch registers. I guess it doesn't matter. I'll just keep them separated for styling, but it doesn't actually matter since everything's documented there. So with these going first, R8, R9, R10, R11, racks, RCX, and DX, then we can say, since we know the number of scratch registers, everything should be hunky-dory. Create the registers. Otherwise, shallow copy register pool child context. Arusia says, so you could write a function taking 6 ints and 8 floats and it'd be passed in registers. Ideally, that would be beautiful. Negvorsa says, in init macro, adjust the descriptor fields. In here? Yeah, we went through that. These are all incorrect, the enumerators. Thank you for the reminder, Negvorsa. I appreciate that. So we have racks, CX, DX, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, BX, SI, DI, BP, SP, IP. Looks good enough to me. So registers, count, and scratch. Scratch refers to our 11. Perfect. Cogen context equals callic 1 cogen context. We use callic for the zeroing effect. And then set parent registers locals and locals offset and return cogen context. How beautiful is that? Yeah, good enough for me. And I see why the registers are now up here and not down in the cogen format area with down here, because we can't, we'd have to undefine init register in a different spot. And I think you want to keep it a local. And I do as well, because I don't want to use init register outside of here, or even have like the thought that that could be allowed. To do Serade free environment. I like it. I like it. Now we're probably just accessing things incorrectly because we changed things, and also we have to think about how we allocate a register. So this is allocate a scratch register. So we need to say if it's scratch registers is 0 and registers, right? Yeah. So I think we should say num registers is greater than 0 and num scratch registers is greater than 0. And if not, we'll say register pool is empty. Or in this case, thank you. I'm always good at those conditionals. Good at messing them up, that is. Serade says never mind. And is correct. Is it really? So if numregs is greater than 0 or scratchregs is greater than 0. No, we need and. You're correct. We'd have to say if they're both equal. Yee. Lamau. Because assert is kind of backwards. Yeah, you're correct. We both had the same thing. We're like, wait, no, but that makes it true. But yeah, we need it to not be true unless... Basically, we have a very interesting logic gate here. It's like an and pumped into a not. Which, a NAND? Is this a NAND gate? Is assert a NAND gate? I'm pretty sure. So we get D. D is our register descriptor starting at 0, going up to num scratch registers. And we would like to say register equals cogen context registers at D. So we just get the pointer to this register. Does this need to be a pointer? It does, so we can dereference and set it to 1. So basically, if it's not in use, make it in use and return it. Otherwise, we have larger issues. We panic. Everybody panic. Scream and run. So effectively, when our register descriptors, if we go through every single one of the scratch registers and we didn't find one that's not in use, pop out of there. Everything look good? Deallocate is probably going to be the same thing. If register descriptor is valid, invalid, otherwise just say in use equals 0. I don't think we need to do the checking here because we can't allocate something and we don't check that something has previously been allocated when we call deallocate, because setting in use to 0 on something that's already 0 doesn't really matter. So I think any register descriptor is valid here. Register name. If not register descriptor is valid, could not find register with descriptor of blah. Return null. Exit 1 after printf and say error. Register name. And I guess we already printed out Lamau. I'm an idiot. I was like, wait, there's already a printf right here that says exactly that. You already did the work, Serade. I just had to change one little thing. We should probably exit 3 since this is code gen as well. Serade says, I usually make printf plus exit a single function that I usually call die. I thought about adding that, but I wanted to ask you what you would call it. Definitely not die, because that would interfere with our all-inclusive software naming conventions. We don't want to name anything abort or kill or die or anything violent, ideally. Unless it's, you know, a bot that has to do with suicide, then it probably doesn't matter. Sir Aid says fun die then. Lol. Yeah, that's better. Fun die. That's better. No, we'd want to do something a little more easy on the mind that doesn't bring up pictures of death and tragedy. So something, we'd probably call it panic. Panic is still like, oh no, it went wrong, but it's not like your life is ending. And it doesn't remind you of, like, just the word panic isn't panicking. You know what I mean? It's just the word panic. Abort kind of brings up memories, and so does die, and so does kill. Fun abort then. Oh god. But yeah, so we could do panic. We could also call it something like exit with message. Like, we could just go very verbose, right? We could also just say, yeah, I think anything. Anything that doesn't have to do with like tragedy or death would be a good start. In any case, if it's not valid, don't allow it. Otherwise, get the name of the register. Everything's good here. And that's it. We still have to, yeah, make this parameter effectable by command line arguments. Didn't we do that? We didn't. We'll get there. Sorade says, yeah, I think panic is a good idea. Fun fact, Perl uses die. Ooh, Perl is gonna get canceled. Lamau. How much you want to bet that nothing works anymore, by the way? Here it is. I feel like I'm going to compile this and it's just everything's going to break. I'm very scared. I'm just looking for register references because we changed the names and everything. There's more efficient ways to do this, but I'm fine with it. We could probably just have Egglet do all the code actions in the buffer and have it fix them all because Egglet is smart enough. Ooh. Oh, that was a fix me. We're looking pretty good. Ooh, there's one more though. Copy this code to the generic function. Cogen program. Cogen function. Last expression copy. Hey, look, another one. Well, there's only one way to find out. Sir 8 is correct. Also, we don't have to do this anymore because we don't use these as scratch registers. We honestly never saw this before. We found a different table in a different one of these pages, and it only said there were 4 volatile registers available, and so we just used non-volatile registers and saved them. But I don't think we have to do this anymore because we'll never actually use these, so I think we can, with this new scratch registers, not have this preamble and postamble, which is pretty pog. Anyway, we do copy the last expression, so this to-do message down here is completely wrong. We can just say copy last expression into racks register for return value. Should panic just always exit with 1, or would you like to support different exit codes as well? Or should that maybe be a separate function? Just have panic exit with 1. I think you're correct in that thinking. Also, where should it go? We need it like in its own. We're probably going to have panic.h and panic.c, right? Or it could go in error. It could go in error. That's actually a good idea. It could go in error.c and error.h. Because everybody else already includes those, and it kind of has to do with the erroring out anyway, so. I think you have good intuition, Suraid, with the having that be a separate function to support different exit codes. In any case, everything should work. There's no code actions in the entire buffer, so let's write our little command, run the executable, and feed it some example. We're gonna have to go to the proper place. Example slash what? Let's just do pointers, which should hopefully return 69 if it does compile and run. Okay. Okay. It worked, chat. It worked. This is a complicated program too. It's the pointers example. So there's like pointers to pointers, double dereferences. we've got a lot going on. So code.s, we should now see has all of our, oh, beautiful. I don't see any craziness happening. .l1. Okay, this isn't too crazy. Cool. Let's try it. So we're going to use as to create an object file, cross-platform object file, I would presume. Is our object files that as creates cross-platform? They're just in the BFD format, right? And we're going to generate it from code.s. Sir Aid says, I'm implementing panic real quick. That's pretty awesome. We're going to have a pull request show up live on stream. Pretty awesome. Sir Aid, thank you for doing all this work. It does really help out, and it is so much fun to have this community. So I really thank you. So we can use as to build an object file. Oh, no way. Shell command failed with code 69. That means it worked, chat. So if we do the division test, or greatest common denominator should have a lot more math and if else statements. I gotta load my unmode. Unmode. There we go. But you can see we have if statements, comparisons, and comparisons use scratch registers like nobody's business. So this should be perfect. Vimy says, all my fails have a code 69. Ooh. Hot. That's my kink. So let's compile this example. We're gonna have to go to somewhere in this directory. That was the greatest common denominator example. Here's our little command. You can see this one's a little simpler, but not quite. And in code.s, it's looking pretty good. Hey, that's pretty good. See, we have hopefully not racks just being used everywhere. So here we're using RDX for the subtraction. Where do we do our comparisons? Yeah, here they are. So yeah, see, we have racks, CX, DX, 8. So we still have 3 registers left over, even when we use 4 scratch registers for a comparison. I wonder if we could do, if nested comparisons would break our register allocation. Sir Aid says, also, should we support MSVC, or are you fine with using GNU extensions that are only supported by GCC and Clang? I don't feel comfortable not supporting all the compilers, but I feel comfortable not supporting MSVC. So if there is a reasonable, like if there is a giant increase in performance or functionality by using some GNU extensions, we should do those. Or have them optionable, I'm an idiot. Have them like optional so you can turn them on or off with a command line setting. But as far as MSVC, it's like, I want the code to be able to be run everywhere in most scenarios. But again, I'm not really worried about leaving MSVC behind because I don't actually ever use it. And I don't think anybody's going to like open up this assembly in Visual Studio and try and compile it that way with MSVC. They're probably going to be using Clang or GCC already. So, Sir Aid, that's a great question, but GNU extensions are okay in the output code. But, oh, are you asking about the output code or our actual code base? Because our code base is, I'm mostly referring to is statement expressions and type of and macros. Yeah, we're not doing that. Our code base should be compilable everywhere. I thought you were talking about in our output code. I'm like, well, we can use GNU extensions in the assembly, but I mean, we're making gas syntax. I was like, it's obviously for GCC, but it's just assembly. So for the code base, we want to keep it completely cross-platform and support MSVC as well. Sorry for that slight misunderstanding. That's my bad. I'm just bad at reading. I really am. But yeah, Suraid, I'd like to keep it so that anyone, anywhere can run this compiler. As far as the programs the compiler generates, I'm a little more lenient on that. But the compiler itself, I want everybody to work on it in any way they want to. So yeah, type of and is should probably not be something we should do. And it's just not good C code. It's never needed in a true... Like, you can always replace it with, like, a character flag. Well, I guess everything's just hunky-dory and working. I'm kind of surprised, but it just works. Yeah, failed with code 8. So look at that. The greatest common denominator of 88 and 32 is 8. What about 80 and 32? Let's get that. Failed with code, what? 16. Hey, that is, between 80 and 32, the greatest common denominator. I'd say our code works. And I think we're ready to move on. So I'm going to do a commit and the push. Codejet.h, once again trying to recursively include itself. I'm not sure why that keeps happening. My language server gets confused. One big array, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, A, B, C, D, E, G, F, G. That is like, wow. This is ultra mega comment. So understandable. Also VA opt in macros. I'm not sure if MSVC supports that. Yeah, I'm pretty sure VA opt is in MSVC. Just checked, it's supported as a Visual Studio 2019. There you go. What was I just talking about? I was just doing something. Oh, I was pushing the git to get the git there, but there's a comment that I wanted to remove. We don't need it. And perfect. So we want num scratch registers. We want to change the default from its own output format to just being equal to another output format. Which means I think in codegen.c we can simplify this and only compare like this. This should work. I guess I should test that. Yeah, everything still works. Beautiful. Beautiful stuff. Okay, so let's commit it. We'd like all of our register changes so that we can use Big Daddy registers if need be. Also, this does mean that this is for MSWin, which is kind of a rip. But we're just gonna have, so can you have enums with the same name? We're doing a little test now. You can't. We're gonna have to add MSWin back to all the register names. How pog is that? Okay, I should have selected literally every single one in the file. And I'm editing every single one in the file right now. So, there we go. Oh my god, did it work? Emacs. Did Emacs really do that? Oh my god, it did that. I just edited every single occurrence in the file at one time. How easy was that? We're done. Gotta love refactoring in Emacs. It's always so much easier than you expect. Well, that's beautiful. And, yeah, that's perfect. I wish we didn't have to do that, but we do have to do that. Which is sad, because our scratch registers have to come first. Isn't this like the ultimate bike shedding? So we got to the point where we could have all the x86 64 registers as one thing. Then it turns out we can't. Because scratch registers depend on calling convention, which depends on platform. Isn't that beautiful? We came full circle. Our intentions originally didn't work out. But hey, we have something that's fairly verbose and works, and I'm okay with that. Oh Christ, I'm such an idiot. I love being dumb, though. Being dumb is my favorite quality of myself. So we basically just say, yep, this needs the useless comment because Scratch will be updated. It's still R11 plus 1 and a rip plus 1. Create the registers, init the registers. Use count. I think that's fair. Num scratch registers, num scratch. Okay, so we're gonna stage that whole hunk. That was a big hunk. Big hunk. And basically use scratch registers number here instead of the regular one. Exit instead of return null, so we don't have to check for null. We're just gonna remove fprintf like that. Oh god. Pop. Push. Perfect. So that is not needed anymore. So we're gonna do a little refresh of the git. There we go. Stage that hunk. Stage that hunk. Fix this to-do comment that was incorrect, and remove useless comparison. Look at us, we made all our changes. We did it. Cogen. Allow for all registers. x86-64 registers. Also, we should probably just call this registers. x86-64 MS1 registers. Sir Aid says, I've opened a pull request. Ooh boy, hopefully it can merge after this one. Hopefully you didn't change CodeGen. Because if you did, you're going to have to do some merge work. Allow for all x86-64 registers. Yep. Basically. To be defined in enum. Only the first so scratch registers are listed first in a contiguous manner. With the rest following. This means we have no gaps, all registers, and distinction between scratch and non-scratch. Perfect. Sir Aid says, I changed some instances of printf plus exit in main C, but not in CodeGen? Oh my god, you're a legend. You're a legend. Thank you for taking into account merge differences and issues like that. That helps so much, because all I did was change CodeGen, so if you don't touch CodeGen, then this push will not harm anything when trying to merge this pull request. This is emacs.files. I'm in the wrong spot. This pull request. Add panic and panic with code. Ooh, you added both? What a legend. Oh, and that doesn't change codegen.c. What a legend. So we're just going to give this a push it. Did we already push it? We may have already push it. We'll push it again. So effectively, if not defined, MSC ver attribute no return endif. Format printf endif. Okay, I see what you're doing here. Thank you, Sir Aid, by the way, for this pull request. This is pretty pog. Could we possibly have no return be its own macro that has its definition different based on platform? Is that making any sense? I think I did hot function like that in light. Let's check that out. Where is this? Is it in source API? I never remember where it is. It's probably in graphics API or something. Nope, still not there. We'll get there, hopefully. Or I'll never find it. But I have a hot function macro that functions in the same way, where it takes into account when the hot function attribute isn't supported on MSC Ver. Wish I could just search, but here we are. So I'm pretty sure it was on the GUI loop. And GUI loop had hot function. That's probably in, see, here's hot function. So I have this macro hot function that is only defined to be the attribute thing when it happens. I wish I could just find it, but that's the only time in this file. So it's somewhere that this includes, which I guess would be api.h, but it could be GUI.h. You never know. I'm not smart enough to find these things efficiently. But yeah, it may be smart to have something like that where we have our own. I can't believe those aren't defined in there. Where is it defined? But yeah. I wonder if I can search the code on Codeberg. Is there a search? I don't know if there's a search. It doesn't matter. In any case, yeah, the macro may be a better idea instead of having to have this. Sir Aid says, yeah, sure, I'll add that real quick. You're a legend. Sir Aid, you are a literal legend. I'm probably going to refresh this page and it's going to is going to just be here. Panic, error, expected format, after format, command line argument. Ooh, and we can do printf, which is beautiful. I really like that. Instead, got what looks like another command line argument, blah with argv.i. This is beautiful. I like the var args. Panic, pen with code, unreachable. Yeah, because we use vpanic. Sir Aid says, all right, done, Lamau. Oh my god, that was so fast. Great job, Sir Aid. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Because I think this will help us stay a lot cleaner. Like if we want to support Lenser OS and we have a different way in our compiler, I mean, we just use the GCC for now, so it doesn't really matter. But if we were to differ, or any other platform we wanted to support, like BSD had some other compiler with some other way to define it, we could just support it. And I'm sure there is ways to no return a function in MSVC. So that's very beautiful. Great job. I really like that. I like the panic error expected format after command line argument. Yep. Expected file path after output command line argument. Instead, got what looks like another command line argument. Sir Aid says, I've done this exact thing like 1,000 times before, so yeah, lol. That's awesome. It's really awesome to have people who are experienced in what they're doing work on it, instead of just me. I've done this once, and it worked, I think. Okay. This all looks beautiful. I think we're gonna merge it. Beautiful. Add func return and func format macros, add panic and panic with code. We'll do a rebase and merge, and yeah, we're all good. This is usually the first function I implement in any of my projects, lol. Nice. That's probably a good thing to do. I usually work on errors pretty soon and have bubbling errors happen. This is beautiful. So now Control X, G, F, A, capital F, E. Wonderful. And it's here. I hope. Yep, we now have panic. Is panic in error? Panic's probably in error. Like we debated about. It's very well maybe, yeah. So now we can go into codegen.c, and if we find exit 1 with a printf, we can just pan it. Because now we're not worried about merge errors. Okay, panic. This string. Okay. Here's another. Beautiful stuff. Beautiful stuff. I think that's all the exit ones in CodeGen. I think that's pretty good. I think in the type checker, do we have anything with exit? No. It's like, we shouldn't. Everything's still working. Perfect. Panic writes to standard error, not standard out. Yeah, it uses vpanic. Just want to mention that because you were using printf before. Thank you. Yeah, I think it's okay to print a standard error. It shouldn't be a problem. The only reason we're doing it before is because we have to write it all over the place. But since this is formatted and we don't have to worry about like writing fprintf standard error, you know what I mean? I just wasn't in the habit of it. It's not like it was an intentional choice. It's just code I wrote. In any case, this is great. We are now up to date. I think I need to stage things. So, yep, basically just use panic here. CodeGen, use panic. Instead of printf plus exit. Woot woot, perfect. CodeGen using panic. We'll pushy. And we're all up to date. Hey, remember when we started this stream and we were silly and thought we would get anything done? Isn't that silly? How silly of us. We're just silly. So basically, in the parser, actually, let's make an example first. Let's do external function. Sure. Putzi, right? I think I like to touch putzi. I swear, I'm saying putzi. Don't ban me, Twitch. Putzi, see, it requires a file stream. And we don't really have file streams. And we have pointers and we could hack everything together, but I don't think we really need to do that. So what we're going to do, instead of using putzi, is use putchar. And putchar only takes in an integer, which is 4 bytes. But it doesn't matter, because any integer or aggregate of is passed in the, or aggregates. Talk about my aggregates. They're passed in the same exact way as regular integers. So as far as the calling convention is concerned, 8-bit numbers and 64-bit numbers passed the same to arguments. So we don't have to worry that this is a 4-byte integer. We can just pass our 8-byte integer and not worry about it 1 bit. How beautiful. And with putchar, it returns an integer, takes in an integer. Those are both types we have in our language. And it writes to standard out. How cool is that? So by being able to actually define putchar as some sort of external function, maybe with the ext keyword or something, that takes in an integer and returns an integer, takes in an integer called c, then we could call putchar with an integer, say 69, and it will print, I think that's that's an uppercase E, is it not? So this should just print out E. E. Something like that. And this will allow us to actually begin writing programs that are not just returning a status code, but actually printing things out. Isn't that crazy? And then we have to start thinking about how to handle some different types so that we can interop with the C library properly. Like, how do we deal with a file pointer, and how do we deal with things like that? But this is what we want to be able to work. We want to have an external function, be callable, and be generated properly. So in the parser, when we parse a type, because currently functions are just variables with a type of a function. So we parse the base type. So before we do that, we're just going to say parse type prefix keywords. So char must be function, I guess, is something we'll say. Well, I don't know if we need to have it be a function. We're just going to say this. We're going to say expect in expected the external keyword. And if it's found, then we have to just say like some flag is true. Not pointer. And so normally it's false, it's 0. But if it's external, then it will set this to 1. And we'll say if external here. Yeah. So effectively, if we find an open paren, or if we don't find an open paren, this else, if we're external, this is a non-function ext type. So we're just going to currently error prep. I think this is awesome. Also, thank you so much, Sir Aid. I just want to thank you so much for doing all that work today. It's amazing how much you've done, and I really appreciate it. It's really cool to have this whole community be working on the compiler instead of just me chipping away at the marble block, so to speak. It's like, we got some actual people who know what they're doing. Sir Aid says, you're welcome, huh? I'm glad. Error, what type of error is this? Let's just do error generic. Well, it's an error type and say ext may only be used on functions. Function type, for now. Good enough for me. Eternal Wild Fox, I looked into mine closet. I also have a DirectX 12 book. Oh no, totally forgotten about that one. Eternal Wild Fox is gonna come back in an eon and be like, I learned DirectX. And then it's gonna be like, what's DirectX? No, it's probably gonna stay around a long time. So, if a function is external, the function type should be different. So we should say if external, do thing, otherwise do other thing. Because I think external functions are going to be different from internal functions. Is this right? Eternal Wildfox says, let's see if those sources compile. That would be great if the examples just worked out of the box. I hate when examples don't work out of like code tutorials. It's like, no. Sir Aid says, this also helps me take a break from the overly convoluted stuff that I usually deal with. Though I will say that it being overly convoluted is often my fault. Well, I know what you mean. It's okay. We all get there from time to time where it's like, I just need to work on something else. I've been streaming over 2 hours. I do just want to mention there's a Discord down below where you can see all of our glorious community come together and make amazing things, and also get announcements every time I go live. JavaScript everywhere. It's over 9,000! Lamau, so good. There's some stuff I gotta catch up on here. Ooh, PHP client. Very cool. But yeah, it's very fun. Check out the Discord. I really recommend it. And we'll wave at you if you show up. Everyone waves, so I recommend it. Zeus came in this morning and we all waved. Sir Aid says, in my experience, external functions are the same as internal functions, except they don't have a function body, and the calling convention may be different. So not regular internal functions. I get you. No, I'm just messing with you. I think I debated about this. So basically, we need a way to differentiate them, right? Because with a function, we can't just say, oh, just create a regular function type. We need to have some way that says it's external, right? So we could have some sort of type attribute, like an attributes thing in the node member, and say like, oh, this certain attribute set means that it's an external function. But I don't think external and regular functions should ever be interoperable. Like, I don't think we should be able to do something like my putchar is an integer c integer equal to putchar. I don't think this should be allowed. I think you should have to put external here. So effectively, they're different types, right? Because if they're the same type, then that means that this would work. But this isn't an external function. It's a function with the same signature, yes, but the calling convention would be different. If the calling convention is the same, it should be allowed IMO. But the calling convention isn't the same. The point is that we don't have to use the calling convention of the parent, the platform that we're running on, only for external functions. So if we did not pass all of our values on the stack, then that's true. If we just used the same calling convention. But that would make like scratch register allocation hell, at least for functions. So I just don't want to deal with that right now. But I just get worried that these get called differently, calling convention wise. In that case, it has to be different, I suppose. True. And maybe we'll have eventually some way where this is allowed, because our calling convention changes. But for now, we don't want to complicate redoing all of code gen for functions. So we're gonna try and have it be a separate type, I think. Yeah. See, that's that exact example. So parsing, hey look, I made myself a little table I forgot about. For now, error when ext is used on non-function types. Done, but maybe eventually open this up to allow for linked symbols to be used. That's right. So if we may want an external integer eventually, or things like that. But for now, we just need the ext keyword. Type checking. Okay, type checking. How do we do this? In the type checker, if it's a function, that's our result type. To do. Copy result type from function, not just make it up. Don't just make it up. That's definitely a big to do. Return type of function as first child. So the actual type of the function isn't known just by the generated function AST. Interesting. So what if the function itself was external and its type was the same? Okay. In any case, let's think about how this works. Or maybe in type checking, we don't need external functions. We will see. Where is function handled just in this? It seems like there's two places. In a function call, we just ensure that the variable being accessed is of function type. So this is the only place where this function type actually gets used. So does an external function actually need a different type? Because all we're going to do is let this one through, but do separate stuff. Yeah, Yeah, okay, I think this makes sense, because we'll do a string compare with function and say, okay, if this equals 0 and it is a regular function, do this stuff. If it's not a regular function and it's an external function, do other stuff, because we're going to have to pass everything differently. We're going to have to save and restore registers. We're going to have to do a lot. Does this make any sense, or am I just rambling? Basically, I think we'll do an else if here. And we'll do something like this. Ooh. Ooh, we got someone in the Discord. How beautiful. What's up, Lazy? Thanks for joining the Dis. I very much appreciate it. Looks suspiciously like a sine wave. Lamau. Someone should make a runner game with that graph. That'd actually be fun, like one of those gliding ones where you do like the bounce out of the hills type of thing. Very cool. But yeah, welcome, Lazy. It is so good to have you in the Discord. Welcome to the community. Could also add an isExtern flag to the node struct or something like that. That's what I was saying, like we could have an attribute in the actual node itself so that the function knows itself that it is external. But we don't actually ever have to do that, but it's probably the smart thing to do. Right? First time chat from a new viewer. Lazy says, I heard that. The phone vibrating. No. Nobody heard that. You just made it up. You definitely heard that. So if we did have some sort of... Where's the node defined? Okay, so if we did have some sort of char function attributes, let's just call it attributes, right? So with this attributes, we could say like, okay, if it's equal to 1 and it's a function, it's external, right? Which means that our actual function, here's the problem, that means that the type annotation would never be able to get to the function. Because a function, okay, yeah, we don't need that. Here's why. A actual function can't be external because there's no lambda, there's no external lambdas. Vimi says phones can vibrate. We have to make PCs vibrate as well. Yeah. No, I'm just kidding. Vimi. I can make it vibrate if you want. Hint, hint, nudge, nudge. You know what I mean? I don't like how long this is, but I don't like doing this either. I'll deal with that. We definitely should make PCs vibrate though. Add like a vibration thing to your keyboard so that your fingertips like... I don't see why not. They have it in controllers, like for consoles. Parse parameters, a function signature. All it'd be is like a little pager motor in there. Like a literal 5-cent part. You just have to have some way to send data back to the keyboard from the PC. There will be memes says vibrating compilers are pretty good. Not sure if they are used for PC for PC though. Kipo. Lamau. Vibrating compilers. It vibrates every file that it compiles. What are we even talking about? This is so good. So yeah, it's got to be a different type because external is a type annotation that appears here. It doesn't appear anywhere else like on a lambda. So function nodes should never be created for these variables. Vimi says vibrates on segfault. Ooh, it would never stop. So with an external function, we're going to say else if it equals 0, So if we have an external function, use calling convention to pass parameters to function, call it, etc. Oh, but that's for code gen. This is going to be, oh, in type checking, is there literally anything different? If this does not equal 0, or this does not equal 0. Is that right? This isn't right. So if we compare, and it is function, see, if it's not function, so if it's not function and it's not external function, do this error. Called variable must have external function type. We're just going to say function type. Sure. A called variable must have a function type. Because type checking the parameters is not going to be different. It's going to be the exact same. Because our type is parsed in the same way in parse type, whether it's external or not. Where it really comes into play is code gen. And this is where we're going to deal with things differently. So we have a function call, but we need to know if it's external or not. Which means we have to get the type of this variable that we are function calling. Getting the type of a variable access node is already done by codegen expression, so not by codegen expression, by type check expression. Codegen expression does not get its type. Kapooey. Anyway, all we have to do is ensure, I mean, we could literally use type check expression as a way to get the type of this child, but I don't think we need to. There Will Be Meme says, this would turn it into a sex toy, Kappa. I mean, that was the point the whole time. VMe says, I identify as a SIG term. There Will Be Meme says, oh my, Kappa. There Will Be Meme says, does anybody know if string compare uses SIMD for larger strings? It does not. VMe even has a link to Stack Overflow. Why is string compare not SIMD optimized? What an amazing link, VMe. Great job. You just had that ready? Would you pull it out of your, like, hair? Was it under your hat with the rabbit you're hiding? VMe says, senior Stack Overflow dev on duty. Hey. That's right. I mean, we all use Stack Overflow for one thing or another. Push arguments onto the stack. I don't think we need to do it in reverse order. Setup function environment based on calling convention. So this little bit is going to say push parameters, push arguments on stack in order. That's it. We're also going to have put arguments in RCX, RDX, R8, R9, then on the stack in reverse order. Woo! There Will Be Meme says, I respect the instant stack bookmark pull-up. Lamau. There Will Be Meme says, convert a string in C to uppercase. Oh no. I think the fourth answer is the best thing I've ever read on Stack Overflow. Okay, we're gonna look. So we have one answer, which is using C++, simple enough, using iterators. And the two upper can be implemented as a macro. Oh Christ. You can use boost. You can always use boost. short solution using C++ and to upper. And then, this problem is vectorizable with SIMD for the ASCII character set. Oh no. Yeah, you know, so just a simple to upper, you know what I mean? Just a simple ASCII to upper. And all it does is, you know, take the character, XOR it by space, and then, you know, it's, oh, that's a ternary. Oh no. Oh no. In auto vectorization, we have destination and source with a for loop using this. Oh my Christ. This is actually, I mean, it's a great solution. It's just so overly complicated for what could effectively be this. Upper to lower is like minus 32 or something. You're plus 32. Yeah, so it's hex 20. That makes sense. It's a lot faster. So, I mean, to be fair, it's worth it. Oh my god. You can use SSE intrinsics to make it even faster. Yes. That's beautiful. Don't worry about UTF-8. This is beautiful. I'm scared. This code scares me. For fuck's sake. You always gotta love that. The FFS. Lamau. I'm gonna star this, because I want to look at this in the future. Oh no. I like all the comments. Vimi says, no stack, no Stack Overflow questions answers the dark side of Linzer. Yeah, I don't know anything without Stack Overflow. Sir Aid says, reminds me of this. FizzBuzz? Oh no. Oh no. What has happened? Is this manual assembly about to happen? It is. Beautiful. People that can use these vectorizing instructions, they're so smart. I'm not smart enough to understand how that works. Or maybe I am, I just need someone to teach me. Because it's very confusing. Basically, we're making syscalls, which is an interesting thing. Sir Aid says, this program generates 55 gigabytes of FizzBuzz per second. FizzBuzz bytecode is also mentioned. Oh, Christ. This is good. This is long, too. This is like insanity. Someone wrote so much assembly. It's amazing. Just unroll the loop 15 times. It is the fastest way to do it. High throughput FizzBuzz. Well, they figured it out for sure. Wow. Very cool. Where were we? I totally forgot. That was our 20-minute distraction for the day. There will be meme says manual unrolling. I love it. Okay. So we're basically going to say if expression children type. See, that's just going to be function call. So we're going to have to look up expression children as a variable access. So honestly, type check expression might not be the worst way to go. We don't have our context and everything though. Do we? Yeah, I don't think we have to enter or anything like that. I think we do it in a bit of a different way. Which sucks. I mean, we know it's a variable declaration already. Variable type equals node allocate. Error is ignored purposefully. Program already type checked. Valid. We're basically going to say use type check expression to get type of variable. It's not the best, I'll admit. I'll be the first to admit. There Will Be Memes says, regarding FizzBuzz, this is also a good read. Oh god. Mark of a true developer. Vimy says Distraction Man on duty. Lamau. Any of you guys hang out on Code Wars or Hacker Rank? Make it suck less, Kappa. There Will Be Meme says, I only do Leet/Code Forces. Ooh. So if variable type value symbol. So we're basically going to do the same string compare with external. So string compare variable type, value symbol, external. Or we could have it just change a node type to an external function call, but I don't think it matters. Vimy says, still nice, algorithms are important. Absolutely. So this would be external function. Again, not the best way to do this, I'm aware. So otherwise, we would just like to push the arguments on stack in order. But to get these arguments in RCXRD8, then on the stack in reverse order, we're effectively just going to have to do it, right? So we're going to say iterator equals this. I think we can do that no matter what. And we can say if iterator, then place first argument in RCX. And then increment iterator. That's what I do, right? While iterator equals next child. Okay, okay. Also, I've been streaming over 2.5 hours now. I would just like to mention, check out the About section down below. You can get a link to my GitHub, get a link to my YouTube where I have all my previous broadcasts, and a link to the Discord where we all have a ton of fun and share memes with each other, apparently. Lamau. In any case, I really recommend that. There is also... Ooh, you got banned by Automod for a second there, Lamau, for saying threesome. But yeah, just check out the About section down below. Follow on Twitch if that's your thing. Oh, There Will Be Memes. Thank you so much for the follow. Yay! Thank you, There Will Be Memes. Also, Lazy0008, 34 minutes ago with the follow. Completely missed it, but thank you, Lazy. Thank you, There Will Be Memes, for the follows. Be sure to check out the Discord if you would like announcements every single time I go live. As well as, down below, there is the PayPal donate button, and that is the most efficient way to get funds from your hands into mine. The Automod is banning There Will Be Memes again. I'll allow it. And yeah, so PayPal donations are the best way to contribute and be a part of the stream. If you don't have that extra few dollars, or you just don't feel like giving it to my silly ass, then feel free to keep your money. I don't mind, as long as you hang around and are positive. I love having people here, people to chat with, and just lurkers in the background, making sure that I don't make any giant mistakes in my code. For example, Okay. R8. And R9. To do. Reverse rest of parameter arguments into new reverse rest of arguments push on stack. Seems like that's sensible. VMe asks, also there will be meme said, even got some bookmarks for some crazy solutions for regular problems like threesome. Automod doesn't like threesomes, it appears. Sad. It doesn't. It really doesn't. I'll have to like make it more lenient on the sex terms if I can do that. Because I don't, it's not like any of us here are like, oh my god, sex? And it's not like we're talking about having threesomes. Are you getting Twitch affiliate? I can get Twitch affiliate, but from a monetary standpoint, I gotta start, basically it would cost money. More money than I would probably make from doing it. So currently it's not the most smart thing to do financially, at least for me. I can get Twitch affiliate. I am eligible and they have asked me to join. They've invited me. Vimy says, sure you don't want to add buymeacoffee.com? Maybe. How is this different from just donating on PayPal? Is it like monthly? I mean, they get a message and a thing. It supports all of these, just like PayPal. I mean, PayPal also has Visa, MasterCard, Google Pay, and Apple Pay. There will be memes. Getting banned more. I would definitely look into this. If this is something people are interested in, it's okay. I'd have to look at their... See, I don't like things that are free. When things are free, you're the product. What is this? I don't care what you call them. I don't... See... You have 100% ownership of your supporters? I don't want to buy you guys. You guys are your own persons. Lamau. It's more like you can add it to your GitHub repos, etc. I see. I don't know. I'd have to take a look at how it works. So it uses Stripe. Account deletion. Yeah, so they don't delete all your data when you delete your account. That's normal for money transactions. Yeah, I don't like that either. Anyone can buy me a coffee, and then they own all your data. Or if they go bankrupt, everybody just gets access to your data. I don't know if I like this. It's a little odd on the privacy policy. I'm sure terms are fine. Don't break the law, don't lie to people, don't offer prohibited items, don't victimize anyone. That's kind of broad, but I get it. Don't harm anyone's computer. Can you bring harm to a computer? Don't abuse others' personal information. Duh. Don't post anything that is anything we said above. Interesting. I'll definitely look into it. I can't look into it right now. There will be meme says threesomes, degenerates, and love triangles. That's the title of the current optimal solution for threesome, Kappa. Automod wants you to not know about this one trick that makes all the recruiters mad. Oh, you're so funny. There will be memes. Sir Aid says, you have ownership of your supporters, is a sentence I don't think I've ever seen before, lol. Yeah, they worded that very badly. They're like, and we give you slaves. Like, I don't want that. My supporters can stay as contributors if it means I don't own them. So for now, we're just going to support 4 argument functions. We're not going to worry about it. And effectively, how did we do this before? We code-gen the expression. So I'm just going to copy this. So we code-gen the iterator. and then we generate the instructions to move it. To do save RCX, RDX, R8, and R9. They're scratch registers. To do only save said registers. Only save scratch registers that are in use. And then to do as well, don't generate move if both operands are the same. Okay. We're getting there. There will be memes. Don't break the law. I guess I won't be able to use this service. I know. Don't tell anybody, but none of us will. Everybody breaks the law in some way. Vimy says, just don't hack without written and notarized permission. Lamau, there will be memes. Does I made it the fuck up count for a written permission? Vimy says, no, because you need it before you start. Oof. So of the iterator result register, we're going to use that and move it into RCX. And then what else did we do? We said count plus plus. Do we really need to keep track of count? Maybe we do. I don't think we need to do that because count is just used for restoring the stack. Right? So we're going to change count. We're going to change how it works a little bit. We're going to say count plus equals 8. And we're going to say, where is count defined? Okay, so we're just going to say count plus equals 8. And then instead of multiplying by 8, we're just going to use count. And then here, we'll update count as we fix the stack. And then down here, we say if count, add it back, if need be. Okay, so emit call the register name of the result register. So we do a variable access. See, I don't think this is how this is going to work. Because how do we call an external function? We just want to call its symbol. Right? It's a little different. So what is expression children? That's our variable access. So we only want to do like all of this. Scratch that. All of this in here. If that makes sense. Because we set our arguments up. I mean, we don't yet, but we should set our arguments up, right? We place it in dx. And iterator result register is the same. And then we have R8 and R9. Right? So we have 4 arguments done. This may be the worst way to do this, by the way. I'm sorry if it is. And effectively, reverse rest of arguments, push on stack. We still have to do that. And yeah, that's probably important. For now, we're not going to do that. So we're going to cogen this and emit the call if it's a regular function like this. But if it's not a regular function, we want to emit the call a little differently. And it's going to actually just call some symbol that is like, we don't even know what it is, right? Why'd I do register? So the variable access contains the symbol. The variable access is the child of the Yeah. Ooh, some good discourse going on. Viral Meme says, well, that's unfortunate because you need it before you start. Vimy says, breaking the law, breaking the law. Oh, sick guitar riff. Oh, he's talking about Rage Against the Machine. Breaking the law. Viral Meme says, oh man, nothing like good old Judas Priest. Vimy says, oh, Judas Priest, hailing from Metal Olympus? There Meme says, I know, right? Victim of Changes is a goddamn masterpiece. Is Judas Priest a band? I'm sorry, I don't have anyone around me who's into metal. It's not that it's never been played for me or around me. And it's hard to just like search metal and play things. It's like, that doesn't seem right. Vimy says, don't recommend it for focus sessions though. Too much air guitar, too little work done. Lamau. The Meme says, nah, you never do heavy metal for focus sessions. I just sing along and don't do anything all day. Pretty sure that's what all of us do. We just sing along and don't really do much all day. Judas, Meme says, is Judas Priest a band? You wanna go, mate? PogChamp. Lamau. I'm young. I'm sorry. No, I have no one around me who's into metal. And it's like, I live in this server is a white Christian Minecraft server. I don't know if metal music is allowed. No, I'm just kidding. We love metal music. Ninganinu? What is Ninganinu? Ninganinu. Vimy? I don't know what you're saying. Okay, we're gonna have to try something else. Okay. Type is not found in environment. Okay. What? Type is not found in environment. Where's that from? It's in the parser. In parse get type. So we're gonna have to do a debugger. Bugger. Vimy says, if you like weird Japanese stuff combined with metal, check out Ningen Inu. Ooh. Meme says, Ningen Inu, is that also a band? Never heard of it. I only know several 70. Lamau. Vimy says, check it out, bro. There's something else. Metal bands from Japan, like Flowering Traveling Band and Mudasaki. Could you recommend a specific song? All of them. No, I don't know. Bring us the GDB. Oh, I can try. I don't think GDB has the same type of exceptions that Visual Studio does on Windows, but we can use it. We could just put a breakpoint literally in parse get type as well on line 600, and it would also work. Streamer. Okay. So we're here. I'd like to use GDB on what? On debug func, and I'd like to pass args of examples slash external function. See, it didn't work because it says -v no such file or directory. So what did -args do? How do we pass arguments to the command? Because I know we just... Arguments after executable file are passed to inferior. See, that's what I thought. Ah, args executable file. I get it now. I did it a little bit wrong. Vimy says heartless scat. Oh, for the first song. Vimy says, I'd like to use GDB, please. Gods of debugging. No! It looks like we have symbols. So let's break. Where? On parser.c on line 600. And let's run. So the program is not being run. Run. Thread 1 hit breakpoint. Okay. Frame. So we called parse get type from where? Oh crap. Okay, so we're trying to return error, and I'd like to get the stack frame. So if I remember correctly, select and print a stack frame. So how do I do a trace? BT for backtrace. Thank you. Beautiful. Beautiful. Context is null, maybe. That's it. You're probably right. In parse base type, parse expr, parse program. So we're calling parse get type from parse base type, so that'll help us out. So in parse base type, we're saying what? Get a type symbol. So in parse type, we expect ext, and if it's found, we say, okay, it's external. Did I forget something? So we just expect, I guess we should say, if expected.error, return error? Is that really, that shouldn't matter. Why are you mad about an if? Ah. I don't think that should matter. So context in parse type, is it also null? So parse get type gets a null context somehow. Vimy says, just for you, bud, you can use -TUI option. Oh, I know TUI. The text user interface is fine. I just don't need to see every single register right now. And it's effectively the same. I know what TUI is, though. We can use it if you want. There Will Be Meme says, wait, is this a multi-threaded compiler? No. There Will Be Meme says, oh, just listen to Heartless Scat. It's pretty lit, fam. Hey. So when we call parse get type from parse base type, where are we? So we just pass context through, and it's unused anywhere else. So it's confusing why context would change at all. So parse type. Oh, so context is only null because in parse get type, we went all the way to the top. So that's making sense now. So context is only null because we say context equals context parent, and we put the breakpoint here. So effectively, we looked in every single environment for this. Okay. And what are we looking for? What is this? This would be ID. So what is ID? Can we get ID somewhere? ID equals that. I can't really print out a node in the proper way in this, can I? Okay, we're gonna try. We're gonna quit, first of all. We're gonna try MSVC because it started up. Debugging. External function. And we're only doing this because MSVC is stupid and has exceptions, so you don't have to put breakpoints. How fun is that? And there were build errors. Ooh, fun. Lots of build errors. Why? Sir Aid, I'm blaming you. Isn't it just include? So we need to include C standard arg? That doesn't make sense in C. That's not how that works, buddy. Excuse me? Does anybody know what's going on here? Is it not in standard arg.h that VA list is defined? I'm kind of confused. I forgot to define func no return. Lamau, it's in arrow.h. Thank you. So in arrow.h, what do you need to do? Func no return. So we define func no return here. If not define MSC ver. It looks like func format. Is that what's missing? Yeah. So maybe func format was missing. Because func no return was defined even if we have MSVC. Yeah, func format, I think. Are you mad now? It's less mad now. I think you were right. Thanks for helping me out, Sarade. Because it'd be hard for me to figure out that you forgot something. So letting me know that is honestly a huge help. So does it now just start and end and not do anything? And pretend everything's fine? Type is not found in environment. That's okay. So we need to go to parser.c and put a breakpoint. Incomplete class, my ass. In parse get type. Hello? Parse get type? I haven't used Visual Studio in so long. What happened? What happened? I just pressed enter and it says it's not there. Okay, Jesus. Not sure why that was so difficult. Oh, look, I already fixed it. Chat, I already fixed it. If I took 5 seconds to be smarter than a 5th grader, everything would be fine. But I am not. So, you know. Nope, still didn't work. Damn. Type is not found in environment still. Okay, I'm curious. I thought I solved it. I did not solve it. ID is what? It's putchar. What? Why are we looking up putchar? So we're trying to get type of putchar and we don't have putchar? What do you mean? Well, it's a variable declaration. Is it not? We don't have anything. We just have type is not found in environment. This doesn't make any sense to me. Give me the call stack. So in parse base type, we have a type symbol that is somehow completely incorrect, and it's putchar. Ugh. That's annoying. Why is that? Symbol equals putchar. How does that make any sense? Let's just think about this. Is this why I'm so confused? We're trying to parse a type, but we're parsing putchar as the type? What? What? Sir Aid says, yeah, haha. It also doesn't help that I use Linux, not Windows. True. Vimi says, one day Lenzer will try to use DDD to debug and will go insane. Lamau. Sir Aid says, this is what happens if you do conditional compilation but only test it on one platform, lol. It's fine. We can fix things as we go. Did you forget to discard a token or something? That's usually the cause of 90% of my parser errors. Discard a token. I'm not sure what that means, to be honest. Our parser works differently than that. So we can create a variable access and variable declaration. So where does a declaration happen? It's got to be somewhere. Here's a reassignment, which we don't have. We have a declaration. And we just basically say environment set, context variable, symbol for environment, type. Type is going to be whatever's returned from parse type after the colon. So after the colon, we call parse type. And this all is making sense. After the colon, we call parse type. So we're in parse program, parse expression, parse base type. So in parse expression, we're trying to parse a base type where we're checking for a lambda. Okay, we're in a different dot than I thought we were. So in checking for a lambda, right? I'm confused. So we check for a lambda, and if there's no error, then we do this thing. But if there is an error, which there is, parse base type is trying to return an error, no? So parse base type must be exiting when it shouldn't. But it's not parse base type, it's parse get type, which parse base type calls. That returns an error, a generic error, which we then return from parse base type. But we're not here, we're here, checking for a lambda. So if it doesn't equal error none, then we're going to be here and doing more things. So you know what? Sir Aid says, like, maybe the parser is at putchar when you're trying to parse the type. Well, it is, because we're trying to check for a lambda, which starts with a type definition, a base type at least. So this also means that lambdas can't return functions as of now, which is kind of pog. I didn't realize we had that guaranteed. In any case, we basically have to say else error equals not, like the error has to be fixed. Error generated by parse base type is discarded. So I think this is what you were meaning, like the discard thing. We were just on the wrong, I think we're having error like carry over. So like we were checking error type and returning it even after it hadn't been updated. So error generated by parse base type is discarded here. That still doesn't fix anything. Okay, wonderful. That's always the best, isn't it? So I don't even know where this error is being returned. It doesn't make any sense. Right? We have this base type, error equals parse base type. If error type equals error none, blah, blah, blah. And that's apparently where we're running into this error. Or just this error for the first time. Saying, hey, you can't do that. Here we go. Look at us. We're debugging incorrectly still. That's always a good sign. So, effectively, where are we now? We have an ID, and it says X'd. Well, that doesn't make any sense. So that's from parse base type, which means we're trying to get with context with the type symbol X'd. But we called parse base type from parse type, where we should have expected X. And you can see that that's right where we are. That's like we're currently at x to integer. So we should definitely have expected.found happen. Because expect advances the lexer state. So then we parse a base type from state. But state didn't get updated with x? Uh, so state, parsing state should get updated here. So let's just, what? That's what I meant earlier. Maybe the parser lexer is not advancing past external. I see. You could be correct. I mean, expect. How does expect work, right? We just say lex expect with the state. And basically, if we do find the thing and the token strings are equal, then we say parse state update state from state copy. So everything's here. Arusius says, I'd expect to advance. Right, and it does right here. That's exactly what it does. So I could say expecting blah got expected. So is somehow the parser state not being updated? Even though, I don't know. So you'd think like everything would be fine and all we'd have to do is expect it and then continue like we normally do. We expect the left paren. We say if it's found, continue until we expect something else. We never actually advance the lexer by hand or do anything. This is all node crap. Ookie. So we expect the right paren. We don't find it. So are we not finding external? Let's like exit with 69 here, right? We're not finding external. That's embarrassing. Why are we not finding external? This is going to be verbose. Excuse me? No. Jesus. I hate running. Expecting x got integer. Expecting equals got x'd. Expecting equals got x'd. It's a variable reassignment. So let's make sure that our state copy is a proper copy. I mean, these are all copies. And then we say parse state create blah 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 using the copies. And then advance using the copy. If length copy equals 0, so this basically just says if we're at the end of the file, in the middle of trying to parse this type or whatever, or expect this thing. So expecting equals got x, expecting x got integer is a little spooky because it seems like it shouldn't matter. So here, we expect equals, and then we advance the lexer. So we're skipping ext right here. Why are we advancing the lexer? Because parse type assumes that we're starting at the beginning of the type. So why did we think we weren't before? Because we should already be here. Why are we advancing here? I may just be being tiny brained. Hey, look, we got to our exit 69. Type is not found in environment. Still, huh? Expecting ext got ext. Expecting equals got ext. So this looks better, right? We're expecting external and we're getting external. So now this is happening, but we still have our same issue, annoyingly enough. And what is it? So it seems like 1 continue, 2 continue. So I'm going to run it, 1 continue, and then figure out what is going wrong. So ID is now external. Huh. Type symbol is still external, even though in parse base type, we use the state that should have been updated by expect. Is this the wrong thing? Should it be like and state? I'm just getting a little confuzzled, you know what I mean? Why is this an issue? State should be past external because we already expected it. Like, I don't get this. So we're gonna stop it earlier. So expected, you can see found is 1. So expected, we did find it, and there's no errors. So we found external. State has not been updated. Why? Is it off screen or is that just me? Not just you. Thank you. I forgot to hit my little button. Hey, you can hear my cat. So external is 1. So this happened. Expected was found. And we can tell that by expected found being 1. But the state, it still says current is external. That's just confusing to me because when we lex expect, then we say, okay, update the state from. Ugh. And you can see that we just say it equals all the new state stuff. This is pretty simple. I don't think this is too complicated at all. Okay. So with this parse state update from, we update it from state copy. So we'll do state copy current in this way instead of doing it the other way and see what happens. We still get expecting ext got ext. We still get the same thing there. Okay. So our state copy current is what? The advanced lexer. So advancing somehow gets us to external? I'm so confused. I'm being extra dumb right now, I know for a fact, and I'm sorry that you have to sit through this. And I would understand if you would like to bust out the door. But we're gonna do our best and fix this up. So expected is our string that we expect. Token is our current token in the state and our copy of our parser state. So let's print out, in printing out current copy, see we lex advance here. Why do we lex advance here? Okay, I think I know what the issue is. Chat. Our space type or whatever. This can't be expect. Okay. If state is at x, then advanced lexer and mark external. Look at us. So we're basically, we have to do this the other way around. Instead of moving forward and checking for external, we have to check for external and then move forward, which is what our little issue seems to be. So how do we do this? We should just use token string equal p and say state current, right? And we should say if this is true, exit 1, exit 69 so we can see. So state current, it's not happy about that. And it says these are not equal. Return Boolean like value 1 for success, 0 for failure. Char external equals this. And then we'll do a printf external. We got an at. What do you think that is? No, can we print this as an integer? It's a 0. Okay, so interesting. What is state current then? What do we got? So state current is a colon because we removed the lex advance. Remember? I member, Pepperidge Farm members. There it is. Now we get xed and 1. There can't be that many printfs, can there? Where were we? Oh god. Parse base type. Parse type. Okay, so if external lex advance, right? I think we're just gonna do, I mean, yeah, that's fine. And then we're gonna say lex advance and that whole jig. That was rough, wasn't it, chat? That was real rough. Basically, how our type works is we're already on the type, so the state is on the current type. We don't have to advance into the type. But we were trying to advance into external, which is not how we, that's not our environment in this function, effectively. Our parsing state is already over the type. Perfect. We can move this back up here. Move this here. Advance into state. If error type does not equal error, none, return error. We can really just do this. And if state length equals 0, break. What does that mean? That means we're done and there's basically nothing left. So we could just say if state dot done, right? And we'll do the same thing. And we'll just say missing type effectively. Expected base type following ext keyword. Type annotation keyword. Good enough for me. Return error. Okay. Hooray, I did it. So we now have stuff happening. We're going to try it. Oh, chat. We generated output code. That's a good sign. Oh! This looks like it may work. Put char is a global variable though, which is definitely going to be an issue. Darn. What should we do about that? Basically, if a type is external, we don't want to generate it. If type info value symbol does not equal 0. So to do, probably should have external attribute rather than this nonsense. Remember when we were deciding whether to use a different type or just an attribute in a new member of the node structure? Yeah, we should have done that new member thing, but we didn't. It's fine though. We'll figure it out. Sir Aid says you basically don't want to omit a definition for it. Yeah, that's what we just did. And just use the name directly in the call instruction. Yee. Arusia says, fortunately, C doesn't have overloading, so you don't need any name mangling. Yep, that's the purpose of this. And we're really not even working with C, we're just working with external symbols by the linker. Hey, we got an access denied. How fun. So, type info is what? Right? Type info is parse get type on type ID. See, we need to use type ID. Yeah, so effectively, if store compare, did I already? Something like this. And then here. Do not emit external type variables. Lazy says, imagine using LLVM in 2022. Just write it yourself. I mean, that's what we're doing. Arusia says, fortunately, oh yeah. Arusia says, oh yeah, true, doesn't even need to be C. Exactly, it's perfect. Because even in C++, you can do like extern C. Like that. And then you can define your function. And it'll be non-name mangled. Or you can have, I think, Python. If you use, what is it, Py executable or Py2xt? One of those. I think they also define external symbols. And you can also just use CPython, but So what is type info? Can we print node type info before you freak out? Type info is none. Hmm. Is that right? I'm not sure if that's right. So I just want to get the damn type of the damn thing. What do we have? We have putchar, which is an external function which returns an integer and takes in an integer as a parameter. We're trying to get the type of this, no? And the type ID... Ah, that's all I did. I get it now. I use type info instead of type ID. Nope, totally wrong. Still exit with code 5. Ah, you know what? No, we're in an infinite loop because we need to iterate no matter what. How about that? That's better. We exit with code 1 because permission denied. Cannot open output file. That's better. Hey, look, we did it. We have a variable declaration of putchar, and then we have a function call to the variable access of putchar and an int69. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. What really matters is our code gen. Push bp sub add blah blah. Move rcx racks. Cool. Very cool. So effectively, we call putchar with 69 in RCX, and that's it. So now, here's the thing, our magical incantation, it's gonna have to change. Because we have an undefined reference to this external symbol putchar. And you know where that is? That's in libc. So here, we're gonna make this big. It's too big. We're gonna make this big, and we're gonna tell the linker where to find my libc. Now I'm pretty sure I have it in here, which is in C drive, TDM GCC, and then it's in x86 lib. And we're looking for lib msvcrt. Oh boy. And here it is. So you can see we have the C library, the Microsoft Visual C Runtime library, at this path. So we're going to take this path and we're going to put it into LD with a capital L and tell it that's where you can look for libraries. And we want to link to MSVCRT. With this, correct me if I'm wrong, this should work to the point where, nope, it doesn't. Still undefined reference to putchar. So LD still complains and says, hey, that's not allowed. You don't have putchar. So does MSVCRT not have putchar? It definitely should have putchar. Does anybody know? Because normally this would work with like printf. So we're going to get to here, and it says undefined reference to putchar. Maybe it's underscore putchar. Oh, you're right. Yep. I could not get out of that. So let's try and just put underscore putchar. Still undefined reference to underscore putchar. But that was very smart by Sir Aid. Oh, my internet went out. No, I love you guys. Oh, did it come back? Am I back? Are you here? Some linkers prepend an underscore to exported symbols. Yes, it just seems like Okay, what if it's printf or something? I know it won't work. No, still undefined reference. So it seems like with libmsvcrt we should have all that. Am I incorrect? I've done this before many a time. You gotta love it. So uncompiler libc.s. We didn't save it. Instead of try compiling it with GCC. All right, that's a good idea. Ooh, one more thing I want to try though. It's possible these have to go first. I don't know. Okay, one more. There it was. I fixed it. So it's just the order of arguments to LD. So LD requires the actual object file that uses the libraries to come before the libraries linking. I don't know why this is needed, by the way. But it runs. And we can even run code.exe at the end of that. Oh! Chat! Chat! Hey, our first standard output from our language. Oh, Pog. That's so Pog. Sir Aid says, I'm so used to that, I didn't even think about that, Lamau. I didn't either, because I was editing one. Pog! Arusia says, it's a magical indentation. That's my favorite. It's a magical indentation. You gotta do it just right. Arusius corrects himself and says incantation, but I like it's a magical indentation. Let's also try the GCC one. GCC works just as well. So you could use GCC just like that. And it still outputs E. Hey. Oh, you know what we can do? Does anybody know why? Here, you know what we can do? We can type Y and then use describe char. Emacs, help me. It's code point 171 hex 79. No, that's octal. So this, in decimal, it's code point 121. Yeet. Recompile, rerun. A. A, chat. A. We got that A being output. I don't know why this is so much fun, but it really is. Ugh. So now we just need some more types and some better things to do. But this is actually... Oh, also chat. We actually did to do. Yeah, we have everything. Blah, blah, blah. Handle MS when calling convention and then move on from there. We did that. Chat. We to-done it. It's been to-done. To-done on today's stream. How about that? To-done on today's stream. Easy. Easy, chat. Call external function. Arusius says to-do's being done, PogChamp. Hey, for real. Oh, this actually is great. Okay, let's think about this. Also, did we get a pull request? Was that happening earlier? Did I ignore something? Where'd my... It's gone. Okay, there it is. We didn't get a pull request earlier. Just wanted to make sure. I remember Sir Aid saying he's working on something. Did we already merge it? And I'm just forgetting? That's probably what happened. I'm just a dummy. Sir Aid says, you merged Panic, I think. Lamau! Yeah, that was what it was. I just totally forgot. So we're going to include typechecker.c qrstv. That looks fine. What else do we have? I'm also done with func assert. Ooh. Is that what macro is func assert? Is that just for our own custom assert that isn't so terrible with a message and stuff? So let's define this one first and say fix cross compilation on Windows MSVC. I'm opening a PR right now. I just made a push, so you may want to wait. I'm gonna push two things, but the automatic merging will catch everything, unless you edited something else. But we should be good for automatic merges to happen. We use the proper thing there, that's totally fine. Check for external function as well here, because an external function is just going to be 8 bytes. Technically, we should never look up external function there, but we're not going to deal with that for now. Parse type now parses the external keyword. And it also uses the external if it's a function, and if it's not a function, it returns an error. Those are all good changes. And then we have undo the error generated by parse base type when looking for a lambda. I don't think that's needed, but whatever. And then we added a line here in parser.c. Why? Yeah, I don't know why. I lots of stuff in CodeGen. Uh-huh. So as far as CodeGen, we're basically just saying do not emit external typed variables. I see. I don't think we're done then. Because a variable declaration, we should have that same check here. So we should have variable decl. And basically say if it equals 0, break. So if string compare on the type of, get the size in bytes of the type of the variable. So we're getting temp node, get size in bytes from types environment. So temp node contains right here what we need. We're going to say temp node here. So this will allow for nested external function definitions, although I'm not sure if that's okay. But in any case, this should protect against that. Okay, so now we should have, what do we got? To do probably. To do probably. And yeah, it definitely makes sense to do something like that. Okay. And now in CodeGen, you can see that global or non-global variables are checked if they are external functions and are not declared if they are. Which should be fine and all. So effectively, why can't I go up? Okay. We have calling convention. We have the actual call instruction that changed. And then we have declaration. So I think that's all fine in CodeGen. Then we're just going to push it. And let's think about this. And let's say this is going to be external functions. Callable external functions. Woot woot. Whoops, not 8 of them. Not 8 of them. An upside down one. There we go. We can now interact with functions that are defined as external symbols and only resolved after compilation by some linker. In practice, this means we can finally have some C library functions called from our language, which is just amazing. Beautiful stuff. And we'll push it. Oh, I forgot to put in the example. My bad. We still have external function. External function example. I'll say examples. Add external function demonstration with bootjar. Beautiful stuff. Beautiful stuff. Any PR? No PR yet. We're doing good. Arusius, does your language have raw pointers? Yes and no. So we don't necessarily have raw pointers, but we do have pointers that act as references. So let me show you an example. You cannot say, for example, so we changed how our indent works. No, it's in the wrong indent. It's like, we did change how it works, but it was the same. Sir 8 says, I committed the wrong branch. 1 sec. Lamau, it's all good. So Arusius, raw pointers, we can have some putter, right? And it can be a pointer to an integer, let's say. But you can't actually assign to this like 24 or 25 or anything like that. You can't just assign some number to it and then dereference that memory address. So if that's what you mean by raw putters, then no, we don't have raw putters. Currently, you cannot do math on a putter as well. So some putter plus 3 and then dereferencing some putter like this. Totally not allowed. So if that's what you mean by raw pointers, then absolutely not. If you mean by raw pointers, we have pointers that literally just have the value of the memory address, then yes, that is what we have. And when we eventually get typecasting, things are going to change and be a little more lenient. But for now, we can only create a pointer from an address of another variable, right? So an address of A will create a pointer to an integer. Stuff like that. So it's currently, it's somewhat memory safe. The only thing we don't do, I'm guessing you don't have strings as character pointers. No, we will. Strings will be character pointers. They're just going to be sized. Because a character literal, if you think about it. So we're going to have byte pointers is the idea. We're going to have like a byte. And if that equals a string, 1, 2, 3, we know the length of the string. So we know what is allowed to access like in this byte. It's going to be difficult and we may need like a byte array, like an unsized byte array like this, right? We may have an array syntax like this and then have A at 0 equal to 1, A at 1 equal to 2. You know what I mean? This may be the syntax we end up going with. And then having anything outside of the bounds would be like an error. Or outside of the bounds like too high would also be an error. But this would mean that you can't really reassign the array. It would only it'd have to be initialized right there's some complicated things, right? We're not thinking about that right now. But strings as character pointers is something we're going to support so that we can interact with like the C library and pass strings to it. But it is going to be different semantics. Arusius says, okay, nice, then interacting with external functions, taking C strings shouldn't be too hard. Exactly, that was the exact idea, is that we should be able to reference an entire segment of memory with one variable. But we're going to have to figure out what exactly the syntax is. It could be like this, it could be like A with 4 in here, and that becomes like an array with 4 things, and that becomes an... You know what I mean? I don't know what it is. But we'll have some syntax like that. And the idea is that we won't necessarily have like the while string plus plus. Like this isn't going to be our pattern that we use, but we will use something like it, for example, to be able to iterate. It'll just be like while string string equals next or something like that. I don't know. I still don't know the syntax or the semantics of what we're doing. I'm just coming up with it on the spot. In any case, we actually did something. That's pretty pog. That's pretty rare. Normally we don't do much in these streams. But yeah, be sure to check out down below the GitHub. I've been streaming 4 hours over that now, so it's definitely time for me to get going. I guess it hasn't been 4 hours. It's been, yeah, like 3 hours and 50 minutes. But I would recommend it greatly. Also, did we get new people? I think we got new people. We got Frantisek. How's it going, Frantisek? Welcome. Hiya. Welcome to the community. It's downloads over time. So beautiful. Interesting. Mine would just be 0. Nobody downloads my programs. Sir Aid says, I'm opening the PR now if you've still got time. I can try. We'll see. If it's a big PR and it's going to take a while, I might not be able to, but we should be fine. We got all these built-in labels. I wonder if we could cheat. Assert. I'm cheating. I'm looking ahead. All right, done. Awesome. I didn't mean to rush you if it felt like that. That was not my intent. So we changed from assert into our own assert with its own implementation. Okay, let's take a look. Let's take a look. PR number 7. You can do func assert 1 equals 0. Ooh. This is beautiful. You can also optionally put in a message and it will be printed. 1 was not equal to 0. Sir Aid says, I even fixed the merge conflicts, lol. Oh, that's pretty pog. That's crazy. Did you have to do it manually and delete the head and stuff that it inserted? And the message can be a format string. What? Okay, that's actually pog. That's the coolest part. I had to use git cherry pick because I committed to the wrong branch. Oh no, I'm so sorry. So you had to do a interactive rebase and everything. Lamau. Awesome, and then it just replaces a bunch of our asserts. And error.c gains this implementation. We now print a standard error panic, which is interesting. We didn't do that before. Disclaimer, the macro itself has some black magic in it. We'll see. So we have a file, a function, a line, a condition, a format, and the rest. Shouldn't this have the func printf type of thing or whatever? the func format. IMO func assert impl should terminate with abort instead of exit 1. I don't think that actually matters. If it does matter, let us know, but both of them do the same thing. Sir Aid says the declaration does, that's enough. I see. So in the H, error.h, it has it. Ooh, we also pretty functions. We have likely, we have unlikely. I like it. And effectively, so func format is on func assert impl, nice. And func assert, also Sir Aid, thank you for staying with me, bearing with me, that's what it is. Used by func assert, you probably don't want to use this directly. Beautiful comment, by the way. Usage, func assert condition message. So do if, why is there a do while 0? Is it just to get a block of code that runs? If it is, it's okay. I just want to make sure. If, because there's only one single if expression here. Couldn't we just have that if at the top level? If it breaks things, don't do it. I'm just curious. If func unlikely, not condition. Func unlikely, not condition. Which is built-in expect. The do while is a C idiom. Are you saying it's just not needed? If it's not needed, we should just get rid of it. It's so that if condition function assert else works properly. I see what you're saying. Arusia says exit 1 actually exits, abort raises sig abort, which the compiler can catch. Well, that's on Linux, that it raises a signal. But that's only on Linux. I see what you're saying, which the compiler can catch. So if you terminate with abort, you still have your stack trace. Do while 0, what is it good for? With the Stack Overflow link, what a chad. Arusia says which the debugger can catch. So basically abort lets you keep your stack trace, but doesn't exit also, it's also a no return? I don't know. Vme says idioms. Hype reading. Abort also calls exit instead of exit as far as I know. I don't think any of these things are too important. I'm not worried about it. We're not going to catch this in a debugger. It's not a bug. It's just how it works. We're fine. Everything is fine. We'll change it if we need to. But still used within an if statement. It would require that you omit the semicolon, because the semicolon exists in here, which would end the... So by putting it in the do while, it just lets you use it in the syntax that we never use. Okay. Okay. Effectively, it doesn't matter. But to support the most amount of cases possible, the do while should be there. So if you want, Jesus, I don't want to even think about function like macro that returns a value. Where were we? We're over here. So effectively, do while is just saying you can use this in an if directly without braces. So that'll work fine. That will work fine. Got stuff happening in the Discord. Ooh. Everybody waving. Hi, Frontisec. Sir Aid says, yeah, pretty much. We'll keep it. If func unlikely, not condition. So that'll do built-in expect. So if expect, what does this do? What is built-in expect? I'm curious. I can't just let this slide. I gotta know. Please open a new tabs and don't scroll. Jesus. Imagine the assembly code that would be generated. It would be something like blah. You can see that the instructions are arranged in such an order that the bar case precedes the foo case. This can utilize the CPU pipeline better. What? So is this a optimization thing? It's basically a hint to the optimizer. Okay. So in the case that we don't jump, then we call bar quicker. So it's just optimization. It's not really needed. That's probably a good comment to have so that people don't get confused. Like, why is this here? Right? That's just a common thing to have in assert macros because why not? Why not? Because it makes it confusing to read and understand in the future. The Linux kernel uses something like that too. Oh, of course. The Linux kernel has ultra gigachad code that we should all strive to write. No, it's just written by one guy. I see what you're saying, though. It's common. It's not that we're the only ones doing it. It's just confusing in the future. Like, what does func unlikely have to do with anything? Right? It's kind of confusing. It's not necessary. Okay, I'm just making sure, because it's kind of confusing. We have line, pretty function, and line. Pretty function is function signature, or pretty function. That's perfect. Hashtag calmed. Does that work on MSVC? Does anybody actually know? I thought I remember like macros with hashes being a whole platform dependent thing. Sir Aid says it does. I'll trust you. First element of varargs or null. So funcva first. Funcva rest. Funcva rest comma. So this is similar to the GCC compiler. I've seen these before. Stringizing is a standard C feature. It doesn't sound like it, but I'm sure it is. As is token pasting, hash hash. Is it really? I worked on GCC internals, and they have very similar VA first, VA rest macros, and they also use hash and hash hash, and they say this breaks on MSVC for some reason. That's actually in the EFI code. That's where that was. But yeah, in EFI, it's not compilable by MSVC simply for the fact that their macros aren't proper. And also their calling conventions aren't proper, but it doesn't matter. Because that can be fixed by the compiler. So comma plus rest of vargs. That looks perfect. This is a pretty standard. So VA opt with the comma after args null. Yeah, basically pass null or the first argument, otherwise pass the rest after. Yeah, okay, I get it. In GCC, hash hash can be used to add a comma depending on whether there are any variadic arguments or not. That's what it was. That's what you're referring to. That's what it is for sure. Because their VA args macros have the same cross-platform issue in the EFI place. In GNU EFI. And they have their VA macros that are all like filled with hashes and hash hashes. And I'm like, I just don't trust those at all. I'm going to assume those are not cross-platform. Is there a reason it's called func assert? Is there a reason? Because func assert makes it seem like all of these other ones that are function attributes. And also, why are these called func? I'm just curious if there's a reason. Or these. I mean, you can just call it assert. Okay, I just didn't know if there was reasoning. I don't mind changing the name. Don't make a thing. But, Funk for Fun Compiler, FunC. Oh, yeah, that's not good. Is that what all of these stand for and not function? We don't want that. Because FunC is a temporary name. We don't want to have to change all our code when we change the name. Nah, mean. So if they all are meant to mean FunC, then we're changing that. And we're just removing them all. Okay, you said yeah. All right. In any case, we're going to use it. We're going to merge it. We're just going to accept that we got to change it. I like it. We're doing it. Control X, G, F, A, Shift F, P. Okay. Now, error. One more thing, baby. We got time. Okay, funk. It's just going to be no return. Okay, hopefully assert impl doesn't clash with anything. Let's keep these consistent with how the code is styled everywhere else. Okay, these are all FunC and not funk. Oof. No return, format, no return, format. Because the fun compiler should never be linked with anything, so I don't see why it would have a namespace for itself. Whoa. Arusia says, could use FC as a prefix. That doesn't work any other way. Because the point is, fun compiler is not our name. It's just temporary. So I don't think it's correct to have it as the anything like that. See, that should not be indented, but it is. You could also just query replace funk. True. It's also true. Unlikely. Pretty function. Pretty bird. We have unlikely. Assert impl. Sir Aid says, maybe there's an assert impl somewhere, but the standard library shouldn't really define it. That's perfect. Yeah. But something like that. I'll pretty function, line condition, VA args, VA opt, null, rest, comma, blah, 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 blah. Funk. Used by assert. So we'll just have all caps be our assert. I think that's fine. Something like that. Just use our own assert. I mean, it should never be a sign. We could just also error here, right? I don't know. We'll think about it. But assert in all caps should be fine. I usually use Clang format, so sometimes I have trouble formatting it the way you do it, lol. I do as well. I wrestle with every single thing that indents the code. It's never correct. And I've never found anything that can indent the conditionals like I do. Conditional compilation. It's used in codegen.c. Thank you. I was going to do a grep, but this will work as well. See, in this case, we can just replace func assert. Perfect. And main.c func. Nope. And error.c func. Okay, we're doing good. Clang format can indent them like that with the space after the hashes. Ooh, really? That's actually really interesting. Does it do formatting like this as well? Where the macro, like the preprocessor directives show up at the same indent level as the where regular stuff would show up? If that can be done, I'm gonna absolutely look into that. Sir Aid says, that's usually how I do it. No, it can't do that. RIP. RIP. Still gonna wrestle with it. But yeah, I've never found an indenting, automatic indent function that actually works for me. Okie doke. Okie doke. Cool. I think this works. Very cool. Perfect. Environment.c. There's somewhere else. Perfect. And one more place, fileio.c. Probably the only other assert in the entire codebase. Solution, just write your own formatter. Lol. I don't even know how that would work. Wouldn't I have to write like an entire C lexer and parser? And then I'd have to like use the AST to figure out how to format things? That sounds really difficult. I don't want to do that. I'm a lazy boy. I like a chair. I still love that. Oh, that's so good. Okay, we did it. Thank you so much for fixing our nothingness of code base. This will definitely help us and be much more pretty. And also, we don't have to worry about like debug or not anymore. We can just build a release. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Just at the bottom, 5. Saraid says, yeah, pretty much. Oof. Yeah, writing a whole lexer parser for C just to write a formatter sounds hard. King Bun says, whoa now, chairs might be really busy over in chair world. Well, I don't care. I'm a customer and I demand a manager, a chairmanger. I don't know where that went. Remove func prefix from macros and such. When merging PRs, I sillily. How do you do something sillily? Is that how you would say that? I did it sillily. I did it silly. I sillily did that. Arustia says, I've never seen a chair go to work. What about when your mom sits down, though? Oh! No, I'm kidding, Arustius. Saraid says, yeah. Okay, I'll do it. Sillily. Sillily is fine. Okay. I'll go for it. When merging PRs, I sillily thought this was for... This meant function. Which I have now been informed it does not. It actually stands for fun compiler. As fun compiler is a temporary name, I don't want to include it in non-temporary code. I wish I could do sunglasses. I'd have the sunglasses emoji right here. Source, I'm a linguist, or at least I did linguistics for like 4 semesters, lol. That's more than I did. All right. Look at us. Look at us merging PRs left and right. Alrighty. So now everything should be looking pretty clean. We can check if it works or not. There were build errors. What do you think the build errors were for? Missing blah before identifier. Expands to do if, blah blah blah. Expected a right paren. Okay. Expected a right paren. Whoops, I did not mean to close error.c, I meant to open it. Error.h. Seraid says probably an error.h. Arusius put the sunglasses emoji in chat. Arusius, one day the compiler will be given a different name and then it won't be fun anymore. It'll be fun for us. There doesn't look to be any errors here. Just here. So it says funcsig is no good. Doesn't have to do with my spaces, does it? Do my spaces break things in MSVC? No? Why? Missing blah before identifier VA opt. Why are you so mean? We're gonna have to undo everything you just did. No, I'm pretty sure it has to do with your likely unlikely stuff, but I don't know. So it's saying here VA args before identifier VA opt. This isn't allowed. So what is this supposed to do? Because this is broken. Funcsig is a thing for sure, because we're getting the highlighting of it being a macro. See this red highlighting. So I'm pretty sure it's a thing. Expected a declaration. Can we use it inside a function? You can see it's a thing. Void print error, struct error, blah. So it's not funcsig, it's this right here. Is VA opt the problem maybe? Probably. What is VA opt? Like you wrote this. I don't know what VA opt does. What's it supposed to accept? I don't know. How do I check where it's defined? VA opt is undefined. How is it defined? What's it look like? So if this isn't a macro, that would explain it. So VA opt isn't a thing. Doesn't exist. Shouldn't there be a comma in VA first? Where? Not sure what you're talking about. VA opt is like VA args. But it's not. It's only ever defined in macro definitions. Aight. So we're going to look up Microsoft things then. It's that simple. Whoops. What is VA opt? Ooh, they had variadic macros. What are we trying to do? If you want to debug macros, try Godbolt. Why didn't you do it before making the pull requests, sir? You know how to test them cross-compilation wise. Just asking. Godbolt is legendary. Absolutely. How are we going to test this in Godbolt? I'm going to need like all of this. See, this doesn't really work. I'm not going to do that. Oh, Christ. Uh-huh. So we define func2, which calls function with va args, because this expands to 1 comma, this expands to 1. In the upcoming 20 standard, new preprocessor support for va opt. I mean, we're going to see. It says va opt works in C++20. And MSVC is a C and C++ compiler. No, still don't work. Sir Aid says, wait, hash hash does work. What does that mean? What does that mean we can change? Where would I put hash hash? Would I put like hash hash va args like they did? Where did they? Yeah. Would I do this right here? Variadic macro extension. So maybe that's only in C++, which would suck. Even though we're using that standard, these cucks. I don't have a new version that I could try. Sir Aid says underscore underscore va args hash hash comma in this case. Maybe you need to set the C standard to latest. I already did that. It was on ISO C++20. We could go to features from the latest C++ working draft, but that's just going to change, and we don't want to rely on shit that doesn't work or won't work in the future for no reason. We don't want to have to change from defaults. You set the C++ standard. Okay. I mean, we can only go to C17. We could try. This doesn't mention a C standard. I'm not sure why it would help. You know what I mean? But sure, if you want to try it. Oh, wow. Didn't work. Crazy. Just saying, bud. So va args, blah, blah, blah. And the, see, it's weird that they say they add va opt and then have no examples of how to use va opt. So where would we replace this? We have some macro magic. Do I replace all of this? What's the idea? Can I not have terrible? If you probably should have copied it first. Doesn't matter. So do we replace these two parameters and have like this? Do we have, is that what it was? Right? I can take a look at this later and add an MSVC alternative without va opt if you'd like. It's okay, I just think it's could be solvable fairly quick. Still missing before va opt? Is that true? Well, no, what do you, undefined local variable? What? What does it complain? It's just complain about random shit now. So in this assert macro, it says, hey, you can't do that because why? Missing blah before va opt. Doesn't va opt not exist? I swear to God, if this is a simpler, something that's simpler than this. So does va rest comma use va opt? That's probably all it is. Okay, so va rest comma. So does comma hash hash comma elision, does that put a comma here in this string like what does this hash hash actually do? I wish it would explain anything. But all I've ever seen is people go, no, it doesn't work like that every time I mention something. It's like, oh, well, okay. So maybe this would be hash hash to replace the VA opt. Hash hash may not be first. Okay. This may not be right at all. Hash hash may not be last. Interesting. How's that supposed to work then? So if we don't just replace VA opt, where does the hash hash go if it can't go at the beginning or the end? Lamau. So we have our variable args here, which is hash hash. So do we just not pass VA rest comma? Am I that stupid? Comma hash hash VA args expands to a comma plus arguments if there are variadic arguments and to nothing if there aren't any. So when no variadic arguments, comma hash hash blah blah expands to a comma plus arguments. The problem here is that the way the macro is written, we need to insert or not insert a comma depending on whether there are variadic arguments. Right. So with comma hash hash VA args, like that, is that what we're looking at? And we remove this. I see, but we're going to have the rest. There's a way to do that without VA opt or hash hash, but it's very much non-trivial. Right. I'm okay with using hash hash. So this comma can be here effectively if VA args is a thing and they were passed. But in this case, you said hash hash comma, and that makes more sense because we want arguments no matter what, even if they're null. But we only want the comma if it's non-null, and we want the rest without the comma. So how do we do the rest without the comma, is my question now. Or does this do that? Because the rest without the comma was normally done with VA opt and a comma here. The problem here is we either want something null, 0. What do we want? 1. Null if there aren't any variadic arguments. Exactly. So we would want null, and then the rest would also be null. So you're saying probably what we want here is null if there aren't any, or variadic arguments if there are any. True. Hence this. Variadic arguments if there are variadic arguments. So if there are, which would only happen this, so VA rest, comma, so would this be like this? So the issue is that with this comma being here, we don't need a comma at the beginning here, but we need a comma at the beginning here if there's nothing here. Okay, I see what you're saying. I'm starting to get the backwards, how it's backwards. It's starting to make sense. I think I fixed it though. After you described it to me, I think I've just fixed it. Unless it doesn't work. Let's test. Arusia says, the simpler solution might be to have 2 different macros, one that takes arguments and one that doesn't. That's no fun, Arusius. We want a single assert. So the idea is hopefully this still works in GCC. Okay, so this still works. So let's do assert and test now. Assert 0. Suck it. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Preprocessor debugging is usually horrible. It's pretty bad. Did we not hit the assert? That would be a problem. So should we stop here? Or does it just fly through the assert? We're not even getting here? Why is it just exiting? generated code at output file path. We're going to step into. So now we're doing assert implementation. We have fprintf. Jumping into the MSVC standard library is a horrible idea. Okay. Assertion failed 0. Well, hey, it looks like we're doing it. So let's step over this next fprintf and this next one. We definitely printed it out. It seems like the terminal's just closing right away. In function, int cdecal main int char pointer. All good. If format, print message. Hello? Hello? Did I... Does anybody know what's happening? Why can't we print message? This is a problem. Press escape. Oh my god. Thank you. Arusius, this is why I hate Windows. Lamau. So the terminal just got held up. It wasn't being updated because I didn't press a button, and I'm not sure why I need to press buttons in a terminal program, but anyway, we can keep going and make sure that we print out the proper suck it. Look at us. If you highlight something in the Windows terminal, it suspends the terminal. Oh, that's smart. Yeah, makes sense why they did that. No, I hate Windows so much. Very easy to do by accident. You are correct, Arusius. You are absolutely correct. Thank you for helping me out. I don't know what I would have done without you. Okay, and if we step over, we exit. Beautiful stuff. So we're going to put that there, remove that, and that's right, in main.c, write assert 0 with no message. Subcommand failed. Okay, it didn't work. An expansion of macro assert. Why? Expected expression right paren before token. Expected right paren. How does that work? Before what token? VA rest comma. So should we maybe not have this be a thing? Should this be like that? Right? It still doesn't work. It does the same thing. I had to try. It says this shouldn't be here. Why does it say it shouldn't be there? Expected expression before right token, an expansion of macro assert. What expression could you possibly expect? So we need to do this, or if VA-args doesn't exist, something else. Sir Aid says, be right back. Lamau. So let's look at comma hash. C macro. An occurrence of a parameter, unless it is the operand of blah or blah, is expanded. Because G's parameter is the operand of blah, the argument is not expanded, but immediately stringified. So F12. So A hash B. So when we call H on A, we call G on A. When we call G on A, we call hash A. So G oh Christ. A single hash will create a string from the given argument, regardless of what the argument contains, while the double hash will create a new token by concatenating the arguments. Create a new token by concatenating the arguments. So all of the arguments given to hash get put into a single string, So with comma hash hash va args, it could be nothing or it could be something. But if it's nothing, we need to replace it with null. The hash hash performs token pasting. The two tokens on either side of the operator are combined into a single token, which then replaces hash hash and the two original tokens in the macro expansion. So h of f12 becomes h of 12 because f12, g of 12, blah, blah, blah. G of f12 becomes f12 because it's literally stringified because of the hash in macro g. I'm starting to understand this now. So hash turns whatever you pass as a string. So this is like a symbol in Lisp, effectively, right? I love that Soraid says BRB. He's probably trying to figure out how the hell this works. So, as well. So f12, a hash hash b. So that creates 12. Okay. So this would create a comma and then the rest of the VA args as a string, and that would be returned as a thing. But the issue is we need a comma no matter what here, right? But then we only need a comma here if there are VA args. But the rest of the VA args. I see the issues now. Or we could just do what Erusius says and assert with message, right? And just have a conditional and a message and just do that. It's not too crazy, I don't think. I see, I did this a little wrong because this isn't a it's an invocation, not a definition or a declaration. Oh Christ, why did you break? Indenting, why? Go here. Excuse me? Okay, well that's why I did it then. Jesus. Nope, just still everything's broken indent-wise. Is it just this? I hate how things before can break the indent. We'll figure it out. This will definitely be fine. Woohoo. That's what I did in some of my code. Look at how broken all this indenting is. It just sucks. Yep, that's totally what I wanted. Wow. Oh yeah, just indent it. Keep indenting. Oh yeah, beautiful. Like why? I don't even know how that would work. No wonder I had it the other way. Jesus Christ. Yeah, I'm just not gonna indent that. It's gonna stay how it was. Because Jesus Christ. That's messy. We'd like file. We'd like pretty function or macro. We'd like line. We'd like what? Condition. Varargs, right? So instead of using varargs, we could just use assert impl. And it has condition format variable arguments. See, why does it have variable arguments? It has variable arguments so it can use fprintf and like print them. So effectively we'd have condition message blah blah blah. Because this would be our format and not our message. I think that's handleable. And then our format is always going to be a format. And then our VA args are just going to be our VA args, right? We're going to try it. Assert format, what? Did I not put the, oh, whoops. Very big problems. Still just because of this assert. Okay. What? Should probably just assert impl as well. And yeah, we're just going to copy something like this. Pass in null, null. And then this one, we're going to retire. Perfect. And now, these would just be assert format. Register pool is empty. I'm not sure why this is going so weird. I'm just trying to jump from the error to error. See what I mean? It's not jumping to it, it's just staying in the other place, but whatever. We can eventually just search and replace assert format if we ever want to. What's your issue now? Is this a do while thing? Probably a do while thing. While 0. Thuraid says, all right, back. I see, that's one way to solve that for the time being. Well, I'll take a look at this later. I think now assert format wouldn't work if there are no formatting arguments. I don't care. No, it definitely will work. Why wouldn't it work? What's it say? Expected expression before blah token. So you're saying that VA args isn't always something? It's not, like, if it doesn't exist, it's just undefined? How does it work? See, this has just caused more problems than anything. I'm just gonna stop streaming. I'm not gonna fix it. It's kind of just annoying me at this point. I wish I never merged this pull request. We didn't need it. We didn't need it. Let's think about this. I know. We don't want to use this directly at all, in fact. Likely, unlikely, path separator, pretty func. We can have pretty func because that works cross-platform. Sure. I think that's fine. Don't really need likely, unlikely. We'll bring it back if we do need it. It's happening, folks. Whee! Okay, what do we got? Give me all the errors. Beautiful. Assert. It's happening. That's already fine. Suraid says, VA args expands to the variadic arguments if there are any, and to nothing if there are none. Sounds like the people who made the VA args macros are just tripping. They're smoking crack, because that makes no sense. Why would it not expand to null if there are none? It's like, oh yeah, how about we just have it expand to nothing? You know, that use case that nobody ever uses and has to work around constantly? Yeah, let's make it work like that. It's like, it doesn't make any sense. I'm pretty sure I have a way of fixing this, but that's going to take a bit, and I'm not sure I can explain it in a simple manner. Then we don't need it. Don't do it. It doesn't matter. We'll just use assert. There's no problem that's being solved by the code. so don't do it. That would be my recommendation to you. Don't put the work in if it's not doing anything and it doesn't matter. Right? It makes it slightly prettier. VA args expanding to nothing makes sense, but this use case is annoying. What use case would it expanding to nothing make any sense? I think it just makes writing the actual thing easier. It doesn't make the use case better. Which is fine, it's just not the same thing. Okay. Now what's the issue? Undefined reference to assert in codegen.c. Nope. Undefined reference to assert in environment.c. Assert sucks though. Explain to me why. I think your macro sucks way worse. It doesn't work at all. Just saying. I've written a lot of macros and I'm pretty sure I've used it that way before, but I can't think of any specific examples right now. Well, yeah, you're on Linux, and you've stated before. But we want cross-platform, baby. Perfect. Perfect. Remove func assert macro and replace with assert. Perfect. Sir Aid says solution, use Clang instead of MSVC. See, that's a shitty solution. It's like, oh yeah, it can be cross-platform, but it's too hard for me. It's like, come on, man. Just support everybody. Sir Aid led me astray. I wish I had a crying emoji. Is that how you do it in Discord? I'm checking. It's just cry. No, it's sob. We're gonna sob. We're sobbing. We're sad. Sir Aid led me astray, sob. Func assert. Replace assert macro. Assert macro did not work with MSVC. RIP. Oh, we'll put a heart broken in two. I like it. R.I.P. Broken heart. Lamau. I gotta open OBS. Sir Aid says, I'm gonna test this on Windows and come up with something. I have an idea of how to do that on Windows. I mean, we could just make different macros, assert macros, whether it's Windows or not Windows, but... Arusia says, how cross-platform is the compiler? Completely. Which platforms do you support? All. I mean, in all seriousness, there's no third-party libraries, and we only use the C standard library, so our compiler is completely cross-platform. Every single C compiler should compile it just fine. Technically, for like some silly things, we only support Windows, Apple, and Unix, but that actually handles like all platforms, even BSD and even stuff like that. We can handle more though, and that's only for silly things. That's not for any functionality that is important to the actual compiler. That's for our aluminum flag. But Arusius, it's very cross-platform. As for the output code, if you're asking about the programs that we generate, they're not, they're cross-platform only to Microsoft Windows right now, because our calling convention puts things in RCX and RDX and etc. before we call an external function. But that we just added today. So before today, it was completely cross-platform and the assembly was just able to run anywhere. And at this point, it's now only MSWin output, but we're going to fix that very soon and have calling convention be a thing that's part of the codegen context or part of something like that, passed around the codegen, so that we can just say, hey, this is our calling convention. So generate the same x86-64, but put things in these registers instead of these ones. So yeah, effectively, it's very cross-platform. And it should be able to be ported rather easily to any C library. In that case, we are now ready. It's done. We're cross-platform all the way. We're back up and running. Arusia says, cool. Nice. Thank you. Very cool. But yeah, we're back up and running. We're where we are at. And we got something actually done on the to-do list. We can call external functions. And for the first time ever today, I hate that asking me to save every time I hit compile. It's so fucking annoying. If I could get rid of that, I would. But we can compile and run, and we actually get a beautiful hey. Hey. And you don't have to use GCC as shown here. You can also use as and LD in the manner shown here. It works just the same. Hey. I'm sure you can also use clang, right? Register RBP is only available in 64-bit mode. I guess clang defaults to not 64-bit because it's fucking stupid. Who's doing anything that isn't 64-bit on a 64-bit clang? Like, it just doesn't make sense to me. But you can see it works as well. You can use clang 64-bit and it says, hey. Arusius with the, oh my god, that's going in right now. Mionit. Okay. Compilation. Not there. Okay, so it's gonna Emacs in it. Yes. Compilation. Hey. That's performance tweaks. We don't want that. We want in late. Yep, perfect. Do not ask a million times if I'd like to save my files when compiling. Angry face. Very angry face. Like it. Compilation, what is it? Ask about save. Thank you so much, Arusius. Shout out to TTV at Arusius. Is that Arasus? Arusius. Yeah, that's correct. For this amazing quick tip. And happy face. Awesome. And then we can just evaluate that. Beautiful. Oh, I should have pushed that. Emacs.files. What do we got? Yeah, we have the custom mode line to deal with still. Do not ask to save files when compiling. I think that's good enough. And then pushy. Beautiful stuff. Beautiful stuff. Okay. In any case, you can you can run these programs with any compiler. You can use Clang, you can use GCC, you can use as and LD manually. You can use MSVC, I'm sure, if you really wanted, if it supports GNU syntax. And yeah, that's where we're at. Thank you everybody so much for watching. I greatly appreciate all of you, and I really appreciate it. I wish I didn't spend 45 minutes thinking about how to make a cross-platform assert that we don't even need, but that's what life is like. You do things and then you realize they suck. You can't realize things suck and then do them. And if you're doing that, that's on you. But there's nothing you can do about that first part. If you realize something sucks after you do it, you can't go back and not do it. So I'm glad I did it because I figured out it sucks. How about that? That's a better perspective, huh? In any case, I'm glad today happened because I figured out today sucked. And no, today was great. I'm just messing with you. And I really hope that you enjoyed this content. I know it was a bit of a longer one, but we got a lot done, and we're actually interoping with the C library, which is pretty pogue. Now we have to figure out how our type semantics are going to work surrounding. Arusius says that's what programming is like sometimes. Absolutely, Arusius gets it. Some days you sit down for 12 hours and you delete half your code base and go, well, I got nothing done. In fact, I got the inverse of things done and I undid things, but oh well. Right? Oh well. No, but thank you so much, Saraid. Thank you so much, Arusius. Thank you so much to everybody who came out. Special shout out to Saraid for putting in that extra amount of work and making pull requests while we're live and working with me on the code. And I think people will really be really interested in how this type of work, you know what I mean? Seeing how a community, an open source community actually works on a compiler and how problems are solved and how bike shedding happens, right? It's all actually really interesting. So yeah, with that, I will give you my little ad spiel. Be sure to check out the Discord. We'll wave to you if you say hi. Like Frantisek joined earlier, and so did Lazy as well. We have a code review. We have general, where we can share memes and just talk about anything you'd like to talk about. Share your progress. Do whatever. And ooh, I've got a lot to catch up on. I see Lisp. I want to read it. In any case, join the Discord. It's a ton of fun. We have a ton of members already, and yeah, what could go wrong, right? Just join the Discord. Other than that, there's the YouTube down below, where you can check out my previous broadcasts of any and all variety. So all the work that we've ever done on this compiler, all the work that we've done on my previous projects that I've streamed, they're all up on the YouTube, and you can check out that on the YouTube link in the Twitch About section. There's also a link to the GitHub, which you can find the code on open source. And finally, there is a PayPal donate button, which I would very much appreciate you pressing and donating, even if it's just $1. It matters a great deal because I don't have any source of income. So even $1 helps out a great amount, and it goes right back into this stream because it feeds me, and without food it's hard to live, so I need to be alive to do the stream, and it all kind of works out full circle that way, if you can understand. If you leave a message in the PayPal, I'll read it live on stream as long as it's appropriate, and if you leave your name, or username I should say, in the message, then I'll attribute it to you and say a big thank you, and you'll be in my mind. You'll be in my mind. I don't know why I said that like a weirdo, but it does sound weird. Thank you everybody so much for watching. That's everything I have to mentioned, everything I have to do, done, and everything I have to say, said. So, if everybody feels that same way, we're gonna head on out. I love all of you folks, and I will see you the next time we get out here and work on our compiler, or maybe something else. We never know. We never know. Thank you so much, everybody. I will see you in the next stream. Bye-bye.